and record multiple invoices. This is Jason from the QuickBooks team. Let's talk about an easy way to speed up your daily bookkeeping. If you have a lot of invoices to record, you don't need to enter them one at a time. In QuickBooks Online Advanced, you can use batch invoicing to speed up your data entry and record multiple invoices at the same time. We'll go over 2 ways to use the batch invoicing tool: how to record multiple separate invoices at once, and how to make copies of one invoice that you can send to more than one customer at a time. Select New to get started, and then Batch Transactions. From this menu, choose the type of transaction you want to create. Let's focus on invoices for now. In addition to recording new invoices, you can also use this screen to modify or delete existing invoices. At the top, you'll see a column for everything you can record on an invoice. Your options may be different based on your settings. First, enter the customer you want to record an invoice for. QuickBooks automatically numbers your invoices, picking up where your last invoice left off, but you can change the numbers if you want. If you already entered a customer's info, QuickBooks enters their email address, terms, and other info for you. You can also fill it in on this screen. In the Products and Services column, select which products and services you're charging your customer for. If you want to track the quantity of a product or service sold, fill that in too. If you're charging someone for more than one product or service, move your cursor over the product or service column and select the plus button. This gives you another line to enter more products and services. Keep adding more lines until you have all you need to finish the invoice. Then, record the rest of the data for the sale. Treat it like any other invoice. Decide whether or not you're charging sales tax for the product or service, record any shipping charges, etc. You can also mark an invoice to be sent later if you need to. We recommend sending them off on this screen after you've filled everything out. Once you've entered everything you're charging a customer for, QuickBooks shows the invoice total on the top line. Now just scroll to the left and start another invoice. This is how you can batch enter and send multiple individual invoices at once. If you're sending the same invoice to multiple customers, select the box to the left of the invoice and choose Duplicate Invoice for Multiple Customers. Select the drop-down menu and choose another customer you want to send an identical invoice to. Select as many as you like, and then select Next. QuickBooks copies the invoice for all the customers you chose. You can edit specific invoices before finalizing and sending them. Just select and change any information as needed. You can also remove products and services from an invoice. Move your cursor over the product or service you want to get rid of and select the minus button. You can also delete invoices if you change your mind. Select the box to the left of the invoice and select Delete Invoice. Once you're finished, you can save and print or save and send your invoices to customers. If you've already sent your invoices, you can just select Save. Select OK. Now you're ready to save time and record invoices in a batch. This is Jason from the QuickBooks team. Let's talk about an easy way to speed up your daily bookkeeping. If you have a lot of expenses, checks, or bills to record, you don't need to enter them one at a time. In QuickBooks Online Advanced, you can batch transactions to speed up your data entry and record multiple money out transactions at the same time. We'll go over 2 ways to record expenses, checks, or bills in a batch. First, how to manually record multiple in a single screen, and then how to copy and paste transactions from a spreadsheet. Select New to get started, and then Batch Transactions. From this menu, choose the type of transaction you want to create. Let's focus on checks for now. This method is especially useful if you need to do a check run and print multiple checks at the same time. You'll see a column for everything you can record on a check. Your options may be different based on your settings. First, enter the payee for the first check. Then enter the bank account you're writing the check from. If you want to record handwritten checks, QuickBooks automatically numbers the check, picking up where your last check left off. But you can change the check numbers if you want. If you want to print the check, scroll over and check Print Later. In the Category column, select the account that best describes what you're paying for. If you need to enter multiple categories, move your cursor over the Category column and select the plus button. This gives you another line to enter more details. Keep adding more lines until you have all you need to finish the check. Then record the rest of the data for the check. Treat it like any other check. Decide whether or not this is for job costs related to a customer or a project, and mark it as billable if you intend to invoice a customer for the purchase. Once you've entered all of the details for the check, QuickBooks shows the check total on the top line. Now just scroll to the left and start another check. If you're sending the same check to multiple payees, select the box to the left of the check and choose Duplicate Check. Then enter the next payee. Once you've entered the information for all the checks you want to record, select Save. This same process works for checks, expenses, and bills. But what if you already have all the information about your transactions in a spreadsheet? You can copy and paste that data directly into the batch transaction form. Make sure that the columns in QuickBooks match the columns on your spreadsheet. If they don't, select Options. Uncheck the checkbox for any column that doesn't appear on your spreadsheet. Then select and drag the columns so that they match the order on your spreadsheet. Once everything matches, select Apply. The columns at the top of the form now match what you chose in Options. Now just copy the information from the spreadsheet and paste it into the top left field of the Batch Transactions window. Make sure to confirm that everything is where it should be, and select Save. You can perform the same process with expenses, checks, or bills. Now you're ready to save time and record money out transactions in a batch. Hi, this is Jason from the QuickBooks team. In QuickBooks Online Advanced, you can create custom roles to give users only the access they need for their role. Let's go over how to create a custom role. To begin, select Settings, Manage Users, then select Roles. Note that you need to be an administrator to set up new roles. Each role has a list of permissions that decide what a user with that role can see and do in QuickBooks. When you set up a user, you can assign a predefined role, or you can make your own. Let's set up a custom role. Select Add Role. Our business has estimators who need to create and submit estimates, so let's set up that role and apply it to a new user. First, enter a name and description for the role. Select a section to see all the permissions for that area of QuickBooks. Check the Access checkbox to give a role full access to all operations in a section, or select a checkbox for a transaction to set permissions for that type of transaction. Note that you may not be able to select all of the checkboxes. As this feature improves, you'll have more options. View lets users look up historical transactions of this type. Select this if you want to limit a role to view-only permissions. Create means a role can record new transactions of this type. They can also edit the transactions they've entered to correct any mistakes. Edit lets users change transactions of this type that are already in QuickBooks. And delete lets a role delete transactions so they no longer affect your books. Let's set this role to have full access to estimates. If you use the Locations feature, you can choose which location the role has access to. This role will have access to estimates for all locations. Select a section again to collapse it. For some transactions, you can set up approval workflows and assign roles the ability to approve them. You can also assign roles the ability to pay bills and move money online or submit expense claims. Your estimators need to be able to submit their expenses. As you add permissions, QuickBooks may prompt you to grant other related permissions. Access to inventory management lets a role set up and adjust inventory you sell. Access to lists lets the role view, create, edit, and delete customers and vendors. Bookkeeping gives them access to downloaded transactions from your bank and credit cards. From accounting permissions, you can grant access to the chart of accounts, registers, and other accounting tasks. You can also allow a role to create, view, or edit budgets. Payroll activities are very sensitive, so be careful before you give permissions to them. Access to reports is also very sensitive. You can give access to specific reports and allow the user to just view or customize the report. Last, you can give a role access to certain administrative functions, such as updating your company info and your subscriptions and settings. When you're done, select Save Role. You can also edit roles. Select the Roles tab. From here, you can edit or deactivate roles. After you've set up a new role, it's time to add new users, or add the role to an existing user. Check out this video to learn how to do that. Now you're ready to set up your own custom roles. Hi, this is Jason from the QuickBooks team. With QuickBooks Online Advanced, you can include estimated costs when you fill out project estimates. That way you can measure your estimated versus actual profitability on a project. Let's go over the settings you'll need to estimate and record costs for projects, record transactions related to projects, and then measure estimated income and costs versus actuals. Before you fill out a project estimate, you'll need to confirm some settings. Select Settings, Account and Settings. Then select Expenses. To record costs, turn on the Items table. Select Save. And Done. Also select Settings again, and select Products and Services. If you charge customers for something and you also want to estimate its cost on a project estimate, make sure to check this checkbox. And assign an expense or cost of goods sold account to it. Now that you've set everything up, select Projects. To record a project estimate, you need to set up a project first. Check out this video to learn more about setting up and using projects. Select a project. Then select Add to Project, Project Estimate. QuickBooks enters the project. Select a product or service to include on the estimate. And QuickBooks fills in your standard cost and sales price for it. Don't worry if you left this blank when you set the product up. You can change the rates to whatever you want. And no customer price. Enter the estimated quantity and any other products and services to include on the estimate. QuickBooks calculates your markup automatically based on what you've entered for your cost and what you're charging your customer. But you can change the markup, and QuickBooks calculates a new customer price based on what the product or service costs and the markup you enter. You can also change the sales price directly. Fill out the estimate with anything else you want to track or send to the customer, and then save and send. Confirm the details of the email, and select Send Estimate. For invoicing, project estimates work just like regular estimates. When it's time to invoice, select New, Invoice, and enter the project's name. QuickBooks shows you the open estimate. Select Add, and if you've turned on progress invoicing, you can choose to invoice for a percentage of the estimate or specify what you're invoicing for by line item. Select Copy to Invoice. Make any final adjustments and select Save and Send. Then send the invoice to your customer. Let's take a look at a report. Select Reports and run the Estimates versus Actual by Project report. Because you invoiced the customer, you'll see the estimated income from the project estimate, the actual income from the invoice, and then the difference. Now it's time to pay the contractor who performed the work. Select Transactions to access your downloaded banking and credit card transactions. Find a transaction related to the project and select Split. Enter the vendor you paid. If there's an account in the category field, delete it. This is very important. If you use an account to categorize the transaction, it won't appear properly on Estimate versus Actuals reports. Enter the same product or service you recorded on the project estimate. If you don't see it here, open the Products and Services list and mark it to appear on purchase forms. Then come back to the transaction after you've edited it. Enter how many of the product or service you paid for and what you paid for each of them in the quantity and rate fields. Enter the project in the customer column. If you paid for multiple products, services, or projects, enter them in the other lines. Then save the transaction. You can also manually record transactions related to this project. Just make sure to select a product or service and record the project name in the customer or project field. Let's look at the Estimate versus Actuals report again. Now the report lists your estimated and actual expenses and any difference. Any expenses you've entered without a product or service will show up, but only appear as costs, so you won't be able to compare them with what you've estimated. Now you're ready to use project estimates and Estimate versus Actuals reports in QuickBooks Online Advanced. Hi, this is Jason from the QuickBooks team. The DocuSign e-signature connector lets you connect DocuSign to QuickBooks Online Advanced so you can create an estimate in QuickBooks, send it to DocuSign, and track the status from either app at the same time without any extra work. We'll go over how to link QuickBooks Online Advanced to DocuSign, send estimates to clients, and then track their signatures with the DocuSign connector by QuickBooks. To start, select Apps. Then look for the DocuSign e-signature connector by QuickBooks app. Select Get App Now. You'll need to give permission to DocuSign and QuickBooks to share product and transaction details. If needed, you can disconnect at any time. Select Agree. If you don't have a DocuSign account yet, select Create a DocuSign account, or select Sign in to DocuSign if you already have an account. Enter your DocuSign sign-in credentials to start the connection between DocuSign and QuickBooks. Now that you've connected QuickBooks to DocuSign, you can use QuickBooks and DocuSign together to send and manage estimates for customers. Select New, and then Estimate. Enter the customer's name and other information like an email address. Then fill out the estimate like you normally would, using all your regular products and services. Once everything's ready to go, select Save and Send with DocuSign. QuickBooks sends the estimate to DocuSign, and from here you can edit and approve it before sending it to your customer. DocuSign uses your default email message from QuickBooks when it sends estimates to customers, but you can select Actions edit message to change the email they'll receive. You can also select edit recipients to send the estimate to more email addresses. Once everything looks right, select send. Now you can see the status of your estimates in DocuSign, and your customer receives an email with your estimate. From there, they can review and sign the estimate to approve it. Once the customer approves and signs the estimate, its status automatically updates in DocuSign. In QuickBooks, you can monitor the progress of estimates from Manage in DocuSign. Select the link to see the estimate in DocuSign, where you can check on its approval status, download it, or print it. Now you're ready to send estimates through QuickBooks Online Advanced and DocuSign. Hi, this is Jason from the QuickBooks team. QuickBooks Online Advanced has workflows with templates that help you automate repetitive tasks. But you can also create your own custom workflows if you need even more flexibility. Let's set up a custom workflow and go over the different types of transactions you can set them up for, how to add in the conditions that will start your workflow, and how to tell QuickBooks what to do after the conditions of your workflow are met. To start, select Workflows, then Templates. Note that your navigation may look like this. You'll see the list of workflow templates here that you can use. But for this example, we're going to create a custom workflow. In this window, first select the kind of transaction that triggers the action, and then select the action you want QuickBooks to automatically perform. For instance, if you want QuickBooks to automatically prompt specific people on your team to approve an invoice before you send it to a customer, select Invoice, Approval, then Next. We'll call this workflow Invoice Approvals. This workflow triggers when you create or edit an invoice. Based on the dollar amount of the invoice, QuickBooks either automatically approves the invoice or contacts someone on your team to look at the invoice before it's sent to the customer. In the When This Happens boxes, you choose what you want QuickBooks to look for. And in the To Do box, you choose what you want QuickBooks to do. Select the first When This Happens box. For this condition, QuickBooks looks for invoices between $0 and $1,000, but you can change these numbers. Or add another condition, like location of the sale or customer name. Select Save to confirm any changes. If an invoice matches those conditions, this is what happens. And if it doesn't, there's a different result. Select a box to edit or delete what you want QuickBooks to do. Here you see what QuickBooks does if you record or edit an invoice that is between $0 and $1,000. If you want someone to approve the invoice, select their name from the list and choose how you want QuickBooks to notify them. Since these invoices are lowest on the dollar amount scale, let's just automatically approve them. Select Delete, then Delete again. If you want to add the action back or add a different condition, select the plus button. Next, set the action you want QuickBooks to perform if you record or edit an invoice matching these conditions. Select the Do This box. For this type of invoice, you want a team member to approve the invoice before a customer sees it, so select their name from the list. You can notify them with a task, which adds a task for them to perform in the Task Manager. You can also email them. Note that by default, the email only goes to your business's email. Select Edit and add their email here to send the email directly to them. You can also change the email message. Select Save Email. If this user has installed the QuickBooks Online mobile app on their phone, you can notify them with a push notification. Select Save. Make sure to assign someone from your team for any Do This box. You can't save the workflow if you leave any action empty. Note that you can only have one active invoice approval workflow, so set up all of the criteria you want QuickBooks to check for that relates to invoice approvals in this workflow. When you've filled everything out, select Save and Enable. QuickBooks lists your new workflow in the My Workflows tab. From here, you can turn the workflow on or off, and also edit or delete it if you change your mind. Now you're ready to set up your own custom workflow.
Sending out invoices one by one can take up a lot of your time. In QuickBooks Online Advanced, you can set up a workflow that automatically sends out all of your invoices. If you'd like to still send invoices manually, you can set up a workflow to remind yourself if you have any unsent invoices. Here's how to do both. To start, go to the gear icon and select Manage Workflows. Then select Create Workflow. Then choose Automatically Send Unsent Invoices. If you want the workflow to apply to a particular customer, select them here. Otherwise, this workflow will apply to all customers. Let's make this workflow apply to invoices a day after they're created. From this point forward, anytime we record an invoice but we don't send it to a client after 24 hours, QuickBooks emails it to them. Now, it's important to note that this only works if the customer's email address is in their record on the customers list. Finally, we see that the action QuickBooks takes when an invoice triggers the workflow. An invoice is sent. Note that QuickBooks uses your default email message when the invoice is emailed. To view or update your default invoice email, open your account in Settings and check your sales settings. Once you're done, select Save if you'd like to just save the workflow, but not activate it. Or select Save and Enable to activate the workflow. If you'd rather just get a reminder about unsent invoices, choose Unsent Invoices Reminder. That way you can make the decision yourself, whether or not you want the invoice to be mailed to a customer. Set up the conditions the same as if the invoices were automatically being sent out. The main difference is the message will go to you as a reminder instead of automatically sending out the invoice. Once you're happy with your workflow, select Save and Enable. If you decide to change the workflow, select Edit. You can also turn this workflow off or delete it. Now you can set up your own workflows to save you time and give you peace of mind.
Hi, this is Jason from the QuickBooks team. With QuickBooks Online, you and your team can send invoices to customers at any time. Sometimes you want a little more control over when invoices are sent, especially when they're for larger amounts or sent to special customers. In QuickBooks Online Advanced, you can set up an invoice approval workflow so your team can create invoices and all your leads need to do is approve and send them off. Let's go over how to set up invoice approvals and what it looks like when an invoice needs to be approved. Select Workflows, Templates, and Invoice Approval. Let's set up a workflow that makes invoices over $500 require approval. Give the invoice approval workflow a name. Since you can have more than one workflow in QuickBooks at a time, it's important that you can tell them apart. When you create a workflow, you set the conditions that trigger it to start. The conditions could be a specific invoice amount. You can also choose for approval for invoices to specific customers, or when the invoice is from a specific location you've set up for your business. Choose Invoice Amount. Next, enter what conditions you want to trigger the need for approval. Enter in an amount, and QuickBooks will send anything at or above that amount for approval. You can even set up multiple conditions with the Add Condition button. Once you've chosen the conditions, choose what happens when the conditions are met. Choose who you want to look at the invoice and approve it before you send it to the customer. Note that the invoice approval workflow doesn't apply to this user, so they can record and send invoices without approval. And also pick who you want QuickBooks to notify when an invoice needs approval. You can choose more than one person. Everyone you mark can be notified with an email. And if they have the QuickBooks mobile app on their phone or tablet, they can also receive a notification on those devices. If an invoice doesn't get approved within a set number of days, you can choose to send a reminder about the invoice, or just let the invoice be approved automatically. Here's the email everyone marked to be notified receives. When everything looks right, select Save and Enable. Now let's take a look at what the approval process looks like. Your team members can still fill out and save invoices, but in order to print or send the invoice to the customer, they'll need to submit it for approval. Approving an invoice is easy. Just select Tasks, and the approver will see the invoices that need approval, along with any other tasks they've set up. They can also look at the invoice and approve it from there. Now you're ready to set up your own invoice approval workflows. Hi, this is Jason from the QuickBooks team. QuickBooks Online Advanced includes hundreds of ready-made reports that you can run at any time, but you can also create your own. We'll go over how to create a new report, including how to choose, sort, group, filter, and create pivot tables with your data. Then you'll learn how to save the report so you can run it again later. Feel free to use the chapters below to skip to a section of the video. Select Reports. Let's build a report that shows every unpaid invoice over $1,000. Select Create New Report. Select what you want to include in the report. Select Create. QuickBooks uses the transactions within this date range to build your report. Select the drop-down and choose a different date range to widen or narrow the data for your report. The report organizes your data into rows and columns. Select the Columns button to change what's on the report. In the Reorder tab, you'll see all the columns currently on the report with a check. To remove a column, uncheck it. You can select and drag columns to reorder them. To add something else, select More Columns. Use the search to look for more columns to include in the report, or select a category and look for the column you want to add. Let's add AR paid. This shows whether the invoice is paid or unpaid. Then select Columns again to close it. Right now, the report displays a list of invoices over the selected date range and does not group or organize them, except sorting by date. But you want to see the invoices totaled by customer, so select Group By. Then select the Group By drop-down and select Customer. The report totals sales by customer, but because it lists each sale as a row, you have to scroll to see more customers. So let's collapse the report. Select View Options, Collapse All. Select an arrow next to a customer's name to see the details. Now the report shows the number of invoices each customer had in the date range and the total dollar value invoiced. You can also create subgroups. Select Add and choose AR Paid as the subgroup. When you select the customer, you see their invoices divided between paid and unpaid. Select a subgroup and you see the transactions that make up the total. You can also select a transaction to take a closer look at it in a new tab. QuickBooks sorts the report by date. You can sort the report in other ways though. Select any column header with up and down arrows to resort the report. Let's sort this report so that the customers with the highest balance appear first. Select the Open Balance column header, and then select it again. Now the customers with the highest balance appear first. By default, groups total by amount and a total dollar value, but you can change those settings in the Edit Groups Calculations menu. For instance, you could total a report like this by average or percentage to see what percentage of the whole each customer represents. Select an X next to a group to remove it. The report shows all invoices issued for this year to date, but you can limit what's shown on the report with filters. For this report, you only want to see the unpaid invoices, so select AR paid equals unpaid. Now the report only shows unpaid invoices. Let's narrow this report a little more. Let's set this report to only show invoices with an amount greater than $1,000. Note that we're adding an AND filter, so QuickBooks will only show results that apply to both filters. But you can also make OR filters. Let's use pivot tables to look at this info in a different way. Turn off the filters, then select Pivot. For rows, select Customer. For columns, select AR Paid. And for values, select Amount. Close the pivot table window. Now you see each customer's name and totals for paid and unpaid invoices in their own column. Use More Actions to schedule an email that contains the report. Email it immediately or add the report to a management report. Note that a report can have multiple schedules. Select Export Print to see your options for exporting and printing the report. Enter a name for your report. If you want to run this report again later without going through these steps again, select Save As. Now you can select Reports, Custom Reports, and select the report to run it again with the latest transaction data. You can also perform other actions with your custom reports, like organizing them into groups, running them in Excel with Spreadsheet Sync, and more. Now you're ready to create your own reports from scratch with the Custom Report Builder. Use the chapters below to return to a previous section of the video. Hi, this is Jason from the QuickBooks team. You can use enhanced custom fields in QuickBooks Online Advanced to track anything you want, such as the sales rep responsible for a sale, customer number, or the beginning and ending dates of work on a job. You can set up custom fields for customer and vendor records, as well as for transactions. as well as for transactions. Hi, this is Jason from the QuickBooks team. You can use enhanced custom fields in QuickBooks Online Advanced to track anything you want, such as the sales rep responsible for a sale, customer number, or the beginning and ending dates of work on a job. You can set up custom sales rep or customer and vendor records, as well as for transactions, or the beginning and ending dates of work on a job. You can set up Select the Group By menu, and then select a custom field, like Sales Rep. Now the report groups sales by sales rep instead of by customer or project. You can also sort data on reports by custom field. Select the Sort By menu and choose a custom field, like Project Hours. Now the transactions stay grouped by sales rep. And within each grouping, the transactions are sorted by project hours in ascending order. By default, reports like this show all sales over the chosen date range. You can also use filters to limit what data goes onto the report. Select Customize. Let's go over where you find built-in performance charts and also how. This is Jason from the QuickBooks team. Normally you must change the account, class, or location one by one for multiple transactions. But with QuickBooks Online Advanced, you can save time and change those details for multiple transactions with a single step. We'll go over a common problem with accounts on transactions and then fix that problem across multiple transactions with reclassify transactions. Let's look at a common problem on the profit and loss statement. This business has a parent account and then sub-accounts for extra detail. The problem is that some expenses were categorized to the parent account instead of to the sub-accounts. You could fix these expenses one by one, but reclassify transactions is a faster way to correct it. Select the Settings button, and then select Reclassify Transactions. First, select the account that the transactions are currently categorized to. This menu helps you narrow down your choices to just the accounts that appear on the profit and loss statement or the balance sheet. You can also search for the account. Once you've chosen the account the transactions are currently categorized to, you can look for the specific transactions you want to change. Enter a date range and any other details that help to narrow down the search. Then you'll see all the transactions categorized to the account you chose that match the criteria you selected at the top. Select the checkbox for any transaction you want to edit, and then select Reclassify. From this screen, you can change the account, class, and location assigned to the transactions you selected. This is a great tool if you just turned on classes or locations and you need to assign a class or location to a lot of transactions at the same time. Choose the changes you want to make and select Apply. QuickBooks makes all of the selected changes for you, so you don't have to correct the transactions one at a time. Now you're ready to reclassify transactions and correct problems with Reclassify Transactions.
Hi, this is Austin from the QuickBooks team. Reminding customers to pay overdue invoices is hard to manage and easy to forget, even though it is a vital part of your business. QuickBooks Online Advanced helps solve this problem with workflows. Let's go over how to set up a workflow that automatically reminds your customers when they are late, or almost late, on a payment. We'll also show you how you can customize each step so you can control what gets sent out and when. To start, select Workflows. We want to set up a payment reminder, so let's choose that workflow here. Then select Create. By default, QuickBooks suggests to remind customers 1 day after the due date of an invoice. For our example, let's set up one that goes out 3 days before the due date. It's a useful reminder, and you can see how much you can customize your flow. We'll call this reminder Payment Due in 3 days. Right now, this workflow applies to all customers, but if you only want QuickBooks to remind some customers, choose their names from this list. QuickBooks uses each customer's history to suggest who might need this reminder the most. The ones at the top are most likely to need it. We want our reminder to go out before the due date, so we can set that up by changing the settings here and here. Even after this workflow is set up, you're still free to create additional workflows warning customers that they're overdue, or even multiple overdue notices for different numbers of days after the invoice's due date. QuickBooks sends the reminder to your customer's email, but you can add other email addresses or even CCs or BCCs. For instance, you could include your own email here so that you get copies of all the reminders that get sent out. It's important to note that for this workflow to work, you'll need to enter your customers' email addresses in their record on the customers list. Next, enter the subject of the email you want your customer to receive. QuickBooks uses fields like this to automatically enter the invoice number that is about to be overdue. But the words "is overdue" aren't right for our example. Let's change this to "is almost overdue." Last, set the email your customer receives when an invoice is almost overdue. Again, QuickBooks uses fields like this to enter data from the invoice or the customer records. We need to change some of this for our example, though. Let's get rid of "you have an overdue" and add "is 3 days from being overdue" after the invoice number. Once you're satisfied with the reminder, select Save and Enable. If you decide to change the trigger or the email that you receive, select Edit. You can also turn this workflow off or delete it. Now you're ready to set up your own customer payment reminders.
This is Alana from the QuickBooks team. With QuickBooks Online Advanced, you can back up your company's info so you can undo changes and fix mistakes. Let's go over how to find your backups and how to restore your company to a previous date and time. To start, select Settings, Backup Company. You may need to sign in with your email and password. The home page is where you'll see a list of your backed up companies. If you don't see your company listed here, select Add Company. Select the missing company from the drop-down menu and select Next. Then, enable backup for any company you want to protect. QuickBooks will start your backups, and from now on, you can restore your info to a previous point in time because Backup and Restore tracks most changes to your company's data. Select Backup to get more info on the backups QuickBooks automatically creates. Here, you see when QuickBooks made each backup and how many changes it recorded. Though QuickBooks backs up your company automatically, you can also choose to create a new backup whenever you want. Backups let you turn back the clock and undo your changes. If you or anyone on your team ever deletes or changes a transaction that they shouldn't have, you can roll your company back to before you changed the transaction. You can also roll back unwanted changes to vendors, customers, and even settings. Select a backup to see the changes it tracked. Here, you see a graph and list of transactions added, edited, and deleted between this backup and the last. If you want to restore your company back to this point, select Action, Restore to this backup. QuickBooks fills in the exact date and time of the backup you want to restore to. Just type Agree and select Next. If you can't find the exact backup you want to restore to, or you want to restore to a point a long time ago, select Home, and then the Action drop-down for the company. Select Restore. From here, you can enter a date and time manually. type Agree and select Next. QuickBooks runs a quick check to see if your company is ready to restore. You may see some tasks you need to perform before you can restore your company. Select the link next to a task, and QuickBooks takes you to where you can do it. Once you've done everything, refresh the restore. If you don't see any more issues, select Start Restore. It can take some time to restore your company. The more data a company has, the longer this process takes. It's important to note that you shouldn't do anything in your company while QuickBooks restores your data. You'll know QuickBooks has finished restoring your data when you see a check mark here. That's when it's safe to jump back in and work with your company again. You can always select Restore to look up past restores or check in on one that's in progress. Now you're ready to automatically back up your company and restore it to a selected point in the past.
This is Jason from the QuickBooks team. QuickBooks Online Advanced is the only online plan that includes the online backup and restore feature at no additional cost. This feature helps you maintain backups of your company's info so you can undo changes and fix mistakes. Let's go over how to restore your company to a previous date and time. To start, go to the Settings menu and select Backup Company. To restore your company to a previous point in time, select Restore, and then New Restore. Choose the date and time you want your company to go back to. Then select Create Restore. Enter your company's name and select Restore. The process to restore your company can take up to 30 minutes, but it usually takes much less time than that. The more data a company has, the longer this process takes. It's important to note that you shouldn't do anything in your company while QuickBooks restores your data. You'll know when your data is restored when you see a check mark here. That's when it's safe to jump back in and work with your company again. You can always select Restore to look up past restores, or check in on the one that's in progress. Now you're ready to restore your company file to any point in the past. Hi, this is Jason from the QuickBooks team. Data Switcher helps you move your company's data to QuickBooks Online from other accounting apps. You'll see how to move from your previous accounting solution to QuickBooks Online, and then check the conversion to make sure everything came over correctly. If you're not an accountant, we suggest you speak with your accountant prior to migration to help ensure your file is in good shape for migration. First, select the service you're moving from. To prepare for the move to QuickBooks, make sure to read the Moving to QuickBooks Pre-Conversion Checklist. It contains important instructions such as cleanup, repair, and backup of your company that help make your transition as smooth as possible. We also suggest doing this after a reconciliation so you know the cutoff date. Also, before you move anything into QuickBooks, ensure your QuickBooks account doesn't have pre-existing data and has the default settings. Otherwise, you can reset your QuickBooks account. Follow this link to learn how. Once you've completed all of the above steps, select Let's Do It. Select Sign In with Intuit and enter your Intuit username and password. Or enter your company details and email address and select Next. Next, you choose how you want your data to convert. No matter what you choose, QuickBooks imports all of your customers, suppliers, accounts, and unpaid invoices and bills. The difference between the plans is how you want QuickBooks to import historical transactions. Note If you need QuickBooks to track your inventory and your QuickBooks subscription supports it, you'll need to select the Pro plan. Once you choose an option, you can select extras, such as inventory, extra years of data, and more. Select Confirm. For the conversion to run properly, it's recommended you perform the following tasks in your current application. Check each box as you complete the task, or if you've already completed it. If you're moving from Sage 50, select Browse on your computer and select the Peachtree backup file to upload to QuickBooks. If you're moving from a cloud-based software like Xero, you won't need to upload a file. Instead, enter your company name and the time period to import. Acknowledge that you've read and understand the conversion limitations and the FAQ, and you'll need to log into your Xero online account and grant access. It can take a few minutes to complete the upload or to connect to the online account. Next, log into your QuickBooks Online account. Then select Connect. Select the QuickBooks company you want to import your data into and select Next. The tool checks your data to make sure it's ready for conversion. If there's anything wrong, correct the problem and select Go Back and Start Over. If everything looks good, select Start to begin the conversion. You'll receive an email confirmation with a link to follow your data conversion's progress. Most conversions finish within a few hours, but some can take up to 72 hours to complete. It's important that you stay logged out of your QuickBooks Online account while your data converts. If you're moving from a cloud-based software like Xero, stay connected so your data imports. After QuickBooks completes your move, you'll receive another email confirming that your data is ready to review. You have up to 72 hours to report any issues, so it's important to log in as soon as possible to make sure everything looks right. The easiest way to find problems with the conversion is to run a report in QuickBooks and compare it to the same report with the same date range in your previous app. The best report to run for this check is the balance sheet. From this report, you can check if your balances in QuickBooks match what you have in your backup company. Also, follow the post-conversion checklist to run other reports to make sure everything looks right. If everything looks right, go back to your email and select Review Conversion and Approve. Now you're ready to move your data into QuickBooks Online. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. It's at the top of the hour, and I don't want to waste any time. Today, we're going to be talking about the advantages of switching to QuickBooks Online. My name is Jason Rubault. I've been a QuickBooks Online instructor for about 9 years now, going on 10 in May. And you might recognize my voice from some of the built-in videos that are within QuickBooks itself. We just started making some desktop videos, which is great. I write a lot of the built-in help videos, and I do a lot of the voice work for those. And I also co-wrote and co-produced a lot of the videos that are available in Priority Circle if you're an enterprise user, or if you are currently using QuickBooks Online Advanced. And that's me. It's, I'm happy just to be able to teach webinars because I don't get to teach these very often. I usually end up making videos and writing scripts and things like that. So it's kind of nice to be able to teach people outside of a video, of course. Now, we're going to be talking about the advantages of QuickBooks Online. And some of you may be currently desktop users, whether you're using Pro, Premier, Enterprise Solutions. Naturally, QuickBooks Online looks very different. And this is what it looks like. If you haven't ever seen it before, it's got a nav bar over here on the left. And then very similar actually to desktop, you've got this sort of
center space that gives you a kind of a readout. Gives you different various meters and graphs to look at concerning your business. And you'll also see some bank accounts and some credit card accounts and the balances over there on the right. Now, we're going to be using QuickBooks Online a lot throughout this class, and I just wanted to sort of ground us to let you know what it is that we're going to be working in. But I might switch back and forth here and there between QuickBooks Online and Desktop just to demonstrate the differences between the two of them. So let's dig in to just broad categories of what it is we'll talk about today. Obviously, we're going to get very specific as we go through, but these are just the broad categories or buckets that I'm putting these advantages in for today's webinar. Number one, and this is one of the biggest benefits of QuickBooks Online in general, is that it helps to facilitate seamless collaboration with your team, which is a lot of fancy words to say that it helps your team work better together. That's really it. You can invite your team into QuickBooks Online. You can work together in the same file a lot easier than you can in QuickBooks Desktop. And I'm going to show you how exactly that happens. Number two, automation features. So the thing about QuickBooks Desktop is that you can turn it off and then on again. And it's kind of dependent upon the computer that you have it installed on actually running, right? With QuickBooks Online, it's always running. And it's always absorbing information from various places, whether it's receiving information from Square or Shopify or your bank or your credit cards, anything like that. It's constantly updating. Number three, app integration. Desktop does have some app integration. If you go into the QuickBooks App Store, you can shop around and you can find apps that link various services with Desktop and help you to download transactions. But there's just more of it with QuickBooks Online, and it's in many cases works a little bit better. So we'll talk about that. Number four, you can use mobile apps and devices to stay up to date. So you can actually enter transactions directly from your phone, from your tablet. You can take pictures of them. If you've got a receipt, for instance, or a bill or something like that you want to enter into QuickBooks, really you could just take a picture of it, and with Receipt Snap, you can put it into your books. Now, of course, Desktop recently received that ability as well, but I'm going to demonstrate side by side, or at least as close to side by side as I can, the added benefit of using the QuickBooks Online app over the Desktop app and how much more advanced it is to the Desktop app. And then number five, it works like Desktop. So if you feel like you're outgrowing Desktop, or you feel like it's not quite doing exactly as much work as you would like for it to do, and you're already sort of in the market for something different, that something different might not be all that different, because QuickBooks Online is in many ways an upgrade over Desktop in all the ways that I just talked about, which we'll explore further. But all of the workflows that you're used to from Desktop don't really change very much in QuickBooks Online. You've still got invoices that, whenever customers pay you, you receive them as payments. You still enter bills, and then you still enter bill payments. Those workflows don't change. And even though the interface is quite different, as we go through this, you'll learn that there are some ways that you can make it look very similar. So those are broadly the advantages. Now let's dive a little bit deeper. Let's talk about this first one, the seamless collaboration with your team. So there are a couple of things that go into this. And actually, one of the things that I do, one of the parts of my sort of day job when I'm not in a webinar teaching, is helping people out in a live Q&A environment that we have set up with Zoom. It's a VIP program that we run, and people can click a button and jump into a room with QuickBooks experts like me. I will admit, I am a QuickBooks expert, and they get to ask us questions. And you wouldn't believe the number of people who in 2020, when they didn't have access to their data, came in wondering how it is that they could get access to their data. They were QuickBooks Desktop users. And one of the things that QuickBooks Online really excels at is the ability to have everybody on a team working together in a central location and not having to worry about trading files back and forth or hosting the file on a separate location or on a server or something like that. So let's talk about that. This gets into the collaboration aspect. Number one, it doesn't matter whether you use a PC, a Mac, or even Linux, it just doesn't matter. You can use QuickBooks Online. You don't have to install anything. You just access it through your browser or through an app that I'm going to show you later on that really helps to make the transition a little bit easier for those of you who are, using desktop and thinking about coming over. There's no trading company files back and forth. So if you have an accountant that's helping you, you don't have to give them an accountant's copy anymore. You just invite them as the accountant. And I'll show you how that works in a bit. And then number three, you can also invite your team so that everybody can work in a file at the same time. And I don't know if you've ever worked in desktop in a multi-user environment, but there's just some things that you can't do whenever you're in that multi-user mode. You got to go around the office and tell everybody, hey, get out of QuickBooks. We got to switch over to single user mode so I can change the name of this account, or so I can change this preference. And it's a bit of a hassle. With QuickBooks Online, you don't have to worry about that. Everybody can be logged in at the same time, can be working simultaneously. You can change the names of accounts, you can change the settings. And not only that, but you can also check up on what each other are doing through the audit log. So I'm going to jump out of PowerPoint. I promise that this presentation is not all PowerPoint. I know I've been in it for 10 minutes, but now I'm going to switch over to QBO, and that's pretty much all that I'm going to use from this point forward. So let's talk about those collaboration aspects. I'm going to bring over QuickBooks right here. Perfect. So this is QBO. We actually have an upcoming series of classes on the process of migrating from desktop over to QuickBooks Online. We have a class on how to import all of your data, how to get around. And this class is not that. It's not how to get around. It's more about like, what are the really cool things that QuickBooks Online can do, right? If you're interested in those other classes, you should definitely check out this webpage. I'm going to put it into chat for everybody. Because if you want to learn how to get around, like if you're looking at this screen and it's like, whoa, information overload, go to one of those classes, especially the getting started class, and you'll learn all the user interface parts. But let me show you how you can integrate users and invite users to your company file. So if you go up here to the gear, this is what I like to call the set and forget menu. And this is where you change all of the things that are sort of important to the entire company. So this is where you'll see your settings. This is where you'll see your users. This is where you'll see your sales forms whenever you set out to design them, upload your logo, things like that. So things that affect everybody. Right in here, you can go into manage users. And this is where you can just invite people into your company file. They don't need to install anything on their computer. There's nothing to download, right? All you do is click add user, you plug in their information, and it sends them an invite. They confirm the invitation, they set up a password for themselves, and they have access to whatever it is that you decide to give them access to. Because, in some cases, you don't necessarily want people to be admins and be able to do everything. You just want them to be able to work in sales transactions or expense transactions. You can do that. So adding user, they can log in through their web browser. It doesn't matter where they are. They don't have to log into a server or a network or whatever. They just open up their browser and they can access this data at the same time that you can. Now, if you're inviting users and you're doing things back and forth in this one collaborative space that we have right in here in QuickBooks Online, how do you figure out what it is that one person has done rather than the other? Well, in QuickBooks Desktop, this is actually really tough to do because in desktop, you have something called the audit trail. And the audit trail captures who edits which transactions or who enters which transactions. And that's pretty much it. If somebody changes a setting or an account name or something like that, you really don't know. You got to go and ask them. And maybe it's something that they shouldn't have done, so they might not tell you. But in QuickBooks Online, it's really easy to find out who's done what. Because, again, emphasizing the fact that this is a really great collaborative space, one of the important parts of collaboration is being able to know who's doing what. You actually do have in this window also the audit log. And the audit log tells you exactly what everybody is doing. And not only that, but it even tells you when people sign in and out. Now, in this company file, I only have the one user, which is a user that you create whenever you first set up QuickBooks Online. But if you were to set up other users, you would see those different usernames right in here. And so we can see that somebody named Advantages class, which is me, logged in and logged out, and I changed some settings. If I had, and I added an account, actually that's the system administrator, so QuickBooks did that part. And anytime any customers are edited, any transactions are changed, you can see a record of that. And this window is very easy to navigate in the sense that you can choose which users you want to see data about, which date range. This information goes back 7 years. So it actually says last 7 years right there. So there's zero doubt about how far back it can go. And you can even narrow it down to certain events. So not only is it easier for you to collaborate with other people, but it's also easier for you to track down exactly what they've been doing and what we've all been up to. There's no more worry about trading a file back and forth. You just work in the space. You log in directly through QuickBooks and you just work in this file, and that's it. Now, one of the things that I like most about QuickBooks Online, though, is that not only do you get to collaborate with other people within your company, but you get a new collaborator, a new person on your team, or not a person, but a new thing on your team, which is QuickBooks itself. You get a new team member, which is QuickBooks. And this new team member can do the work that some of the other team members that you currently have might already be doing. And what I'm talking about specifically are automation features. QuickBooks can take over some of the tasks that you might be doing manually right now. So let's talk about some of those. Now, the first, and this is one of the ones that I like the best because it's the flashiest and it's the most fun, is monitoring the profitability of projects. So in QuickBooks Desktop, you do get some pretty cool job profitability reports. You don't get any graphs, and it can actually be difficult to find all of them in one place. So let's go over the Projects tab really quick, just to show you what QBO does and how it displays it. And I'm going to zoom out a bit here. So this is a space within QuickBooks Online where we can look at the profitability across multiple projects at the same time. And this is where we can see a sort of light green bar for income and I guess it's still green. It's like a blue-green for the costs. But it tells you at a glance, all of these different these are active projects that we're looking at right now. These are in progress, right? If we just wanted to look at the ones that we've marked as completed, we could do that as well. So this is giving us a running total. But we're looking at all of our income, all of our costs, our profit margin, how much time we've spent, start date, and end date. If we had entered that, we'd have that as well. And this goes pretty deep because if I click on any one of these projects, and by the way, if you've used QuickBooks Desktop for a while, the name for this in desktop would be Jobs, but it's a little bit of an upgrade with QuickBooks Online. So if you're worried about job profitability and monitoring your margins on specific projects, well, you can see how QuickBooks Online is a bit of an upgrade over desktop. So from here, we're able to see all of the income that we've recorded. This would be our invoices, our sales receipts, and then over here are our costs. These are going to be expenses and bills. And also, this could include time. If you've entered time for an employee, or if they've entered their own time, if you could set them up as a user so they can enter their own time. And then also the profit. You can dig down deeper into these if you want to see the details on the materials, the cost of goods sold. Then it's going to give you a detailed report listing all of the individual transactions. In this case, it looked like we sold some inventory, so it's coming from an invoice because it's using the cost of goods sold from the inventory to put in the cost there for that project. So that's the first thing. There's a lot of good automation here because we're automatically getting graphs in this one place. And you can, if you've got a lot of projects, you can naturally search through them. You can narrow down this list, but I think it's pretty cool. Another automation feature is just day-to-day work that sometimes drops through, it slips through the cracks, sometimes gets missed by somebody, which would be, sending out reminders for unpaid invoices, or for reminding customers to look at their estimates that you send them. It's possible in QuickBooks Desktop for you to perform some of these tasks, some of these just like, everyday tasks. But in QuickBooks Online, there is a way for you to essentially set up triggers for QuickBooks Online to do things for you, for it to automatically send out reminders or to automatically send out statements to customers based upon whatever criteria you decide to dream up. And this is a feature that's available with QuickBooks Online Advanced. It's a feature called Workflows. And essentially, this is where you get to bring in QuickBooks as another team member. QuickBooks can do a lot of different jobs for you that you might already have somebody doing, like following up with estimates. You can tell QuickBooks to, based upon whatever criteria you choose, like, I'll just go ahead and open this up just so you can see it. You can choose to send reminders to people about estimates 3 days before the estimate expires, because you can set an end date for that, an expiry date for that estimate, or even after it's created. You got different criteria. You can choose for what QuickBooks does whenever that criteria is tripped. So do you want it to send a customer an email? Do you want it to send you an email? What do you want that customer email to say? Well, you can customize that as well. Do you want it to send you a push notification? We'll get to that in a bit because I'm going to show you the QuickBooks Online mobile app, which is pretty cool. So it can actually send a notification to your phone that it's done this. Maybe you don't want this to apply to every estimate. So down here, you can specify what conditions over a certain dollar amount. If the estimate has a particular status, or if the estimate is to a particular group of customers, right? You can be very specific about these workflows. Now, that's just estimates. How about if we want to set up a system whereby the people who log in, those collaborators, right, our team, whenever they log in and they start to enter an invoice, maybe we don't want them to enter an invoice and be able to send it off to a customer if it's over a certain dollar amount. In desktop, you can't do that. If somebody logs in and they have the ability to enter an invoice, they have the ability to enter an invoice, period. In QuickBooks Online, you can set up invoice approvals. So if you want to tell QuickBooks, hey, look out for any customer who tries to enter an invoice over, I don't know, I'll just make up a number, over $5,000. You can set that up. You can set up a workflow that tells QuickBooks, look for invoices that are over a certain dollar value, and if that happens, that the person who records it cannot email them out to a customer, can't send it out. So this is send for approval. When this happens, invoice amount is greater than or equal to a certain dollar value, or you can specify a customer or a location if you have multiple locations in your business, or if the customer already has a balance, you can set up all sorts of criteria there. How about reminding you to send out invoices that you haven't sent out to customers? I've seen businesses that didn't get paid on invoices because they forgot to send them out. QuickBooks Online can actually remind you to send out your invoices if you don't do it. Or it can just send them out itself. There's actually a workflow in here to automatically send out unsent invoices as well. There's an automation for sending an email to customers to let them know that you received their payment. I don't know about you, but anytime I go online and I buy something, I always look in my inbox and check for a receipt. And it's not for tax purposes. It's just because I like having that confirmation. Getting that email lets me know that they really got my money and they really processed the order. That's what this does. It tells them, hey, we received your funds. And you don't have to be the one who does that. It's no more time out of your day. You just program QuickBooks to do it. You can tell QuickBooks to also set up bill approvals. And by the way, these are features that Desktop has started to adopt because QuickBooks Online is so good at them that Desktop is having to catch up a little bit. They brought in bill approvals for Enterprise this year. If you want to get reminders about bills that are about to be opening, that's another workflow you could set up. My favorite, though, is the payment due reminder. And again, this is something that was in QuickBooks Online first and came over to Desktop. In my opinion, QuickBooks Online still does it better, which is you can remind customers about upcoming or past due invoices on a regular basis. You don't have to do that anymore on your own. You don't have to remind somebody on your team or have that be a job. QuickBooks Online joins your team and actually does that work for you. So you get to collaborate with it just like you're collaborating with everybody else in your business. There's another thing that it can do. In Desktop, if you want to run a report, you've got to go to the reports menu. You've got to go and find the report, and you've got to run it. You've got to print it, or you got to email it to somebody. QuickBooks Online can actually do that for you. One of the reasons that you might actually set up a user in Desktop is for them to actually log in and look at reports. Same thing in QuickBooks Online. If you just want to set up a user to look at reports, you might not even necessarily need to do that anymore. Because QuickBooks Online, which has most of the same reports you're still used to from QuickBooks Desktop, can automatically email reports out to whoever you choose on whatever basis you choose. So let's open up the profit and loss report. Let's just say that the owner of this business wants to get a monthly profit and loss, and let's say on the 5th day of every month, they want to see how well the business performed last month. So what I would do is, and notice how a lot of this reporting is very similar to what you're probably used to. You've got this ribbon up here where you can select the date range and the accounting method and things like that. So it's the interface is actually quite similar. Let's run this report for last month, and then I'm going to run the report. So now we've got our P&L for January 2022. Wow, that's right. That is last month. Actually, I was a little bit worried there for a moment because I didn't know if I had data in December of 2021, but it's February 1st. So okay, we're good. Okay, so we've got our report for last month. Right. Again, let's say the owner wants this report on the 5th day of every month. They want to see last month's data. So what we're going to do is save the customization. It's very similar to what you might be used to in QuickBooks Desktop, which is called memorizing a report. So we're going to call this memorize, let's say last month's P&L. All right. So I'm going to save that. And then I'm going to go over to reports, custom reports. There's the report, last month's P&L. Notice how it says email unscheduled. Well, if I edit this, I can turn on an email schedule. And that lets us tell QuickBooks just to send off this report to whomever we choose on whatever basis we choose. So if I toggle this on, I wanted this to be sent out monthly for last month. So we'll say monthly every 1 month. If you want to do it every quarter or something like that, you could do that instead. And it'll be on the 5th day of every month. We never want this to end. And you could just put in whoever's email in here that you want this to go out. And you can even have it be multiple emails, because you can just separate them out with commas. So if I put in my email address right in there, and then I save and close, there we go. That's set up to email out every month. That gets sent out as a PDF, but you can also choose for it to get sent out as an Excel file. And if you're wondering, if you've used desktop for a while and you're wondering, can you create reports that, go into Excel files? Yes, you actually can. You can download reports as Excel files, most reports at least. And in this case, you can do it both as Excel and a PDF. So that's going to happen no matter what. We don't have to log into QuickBooks. We don't have to tell it to do this. It just does it for us. Because again, we get to collaborate with QuickBooks. It becomes part of the team and actually does work that somebody else on the team doesn't have to do anymore. And they can spend their time doing other things that are maybe more important. Another thing that you can do with automation is price rules. So in our business, actually, let me set this up a little bit. In this business, we have what are called customer types. And customer types actually exist in QuickBooks Desktop. If you use the customer type feature, they do come over into QuickBooks Online if you're looking to make the move. And for us, you can actually see the customer types right up here. This is the customers list. This actually might look kind of familiar to what you're used to in QuickBooks Desktop. It's in a place called the income tracker. It's actually based on something that's in QuickBooks Online. It was here first. So we've got commercial, nonprofit, residential. I've got a couple of others in here that are inactive, but that's how I've decided to divide up my customers, right? Commercial, nonprofit, residential. And the reason why you might do that is so you can run reports later on to see your sales for each different type of customer, but also you might have different prices for different types of customers. Again, this is totally arbitrary. You can set up customer types for whatever you want. But with QuickBooks Online, we're going to take this to the next level, because not only can we run reports to see our sales by customer type, but we can automatically change the prices of our products based upon the type of customer through a feature called price rules. And going back to that automation idea, I'm going to go over here to my gear just so I can show you where this is at. In QuickBooks Desktop, you have things called lists of customers, vendors, products and services, or items and services. Same thing in QuickBooks Online. And with price rules right here, we can automatically change. I love this picture too. People just like running around putting price tags in their baskets. Creating a price rule. I'm not going to set one up. I just want to show you this window to show you the capabilities of it. Essentially, you can tell QuickBooks to automatically decrease or increase prices based upon the type of customer. So you can create a price rule that only applies to commercial, nonprofit, residential, whatever type of customers you've come up with, and it'll automatically change those prices based upon that type. So whenever you go to record a sales receipt or an invoice, you don't have to rely on Post-it notes or your memory. QuickBooks just does it for you. It's just gonna, gently nudge you towards having the right price, and it actually automatically changes it. But you can still change it on the fly if you need to. And then also right here, maybe we want to create a price rule that applies to all customers, but maybe it's like a temporary sale, like we're talking like a Black Friday sale or something like that, right? You could enter a start date towards the end of November and end it like the first week of December, and give people a percentage decrease on all of your products. Then from that point forward, whenever you go to record an invoice or a sales receipt, it'll just automatically decrease those prices or increase the prices if you want to, from time to time increase prices. So these price rules, once you set them up, they are just constantly working for you. Again, just like a person on the team who makes really helpful Post-it notes that help you to do your job from day to day. So things like this can really help to reduce the amount of time that you spend and mistakes that people might make within QuickBooks itself. There's also late fees. QuickBooks Online, and this is also in desktop. I get that. Desktop has something called finance charges, but finance charges in desktop, you still have to click a button and make QuickBooks actually do it. And it's actually really easy for you to do it too many times because you can click it over and over and over again. It'll charge them multiple times. In QuickBooks Online, if you go over here, there is a setting that actually says late fees. If you turn on late fees, and toggle it on, this automatically generates late fees for your customers. So if they we talked earlier about how you can set up QuickBooks to automatically email customers if they're getting close to or if they are overdue. You can warn them about the late fees in those automated emails. And then here, you set up this automation to automatically actually invoice them. Now, this can be set up once per invoice, per month, per day. You can set up a grace period. You can even apply sales tax to the late fees. Now, one of the things that desktop doesn't do when you set up these late fees is allow you to set up conditions whereby some customers, the late fees don't apply to them. But in QuickBooks Online, you can do that. I'm going to go ahead and say that, let's just say that there's a $5 flat fee once per invoice. We're not going to give people, I'm just saving this so I can turn on the feature basically. I'm going to save this late fee. Now let's go check out our customers. And you get there in a very similar method to how you would in desktop. There's actually a customers list, which is where we're going right now. And I'm going to, maybe Aaron's photography studio, maybe we know that times are a little tough for him. He pays us when he can, right? So we don't want those late fees to apply. We'll click him. And there's a little tab right here. By the way, this is very similar behavior to what you're used to with desktop. Whenever you click on a customer on the customers list, it shows you their transactions. In fact, let me show you something really cool here. And I promise I will get to the late fees, but I'm just going to pop out this little tab. Notice how it has a list of customers, and then it's got their details over here, and then their transactions. I'm going to open up QuickBooks really quick. Desktop, and look at that. They're actually very similar, desktop and online, whenever you look at it that way, right? Let me open up my customers list in desktop. Look at that. It's the same layout, isn't it? We've got the nav bar, we've got the list of customers, customer details, and then the transactions. I'm going to open up QuickBooks Online again. Same layout. So if at any point you're worried that QuickBooks Online is going to be substantially different in terms of the user interface and what you're used to, fear not, because they're extremely similar to one another. And in fact, I'm going to show you a way to make them even more similar in a bit. But let's say we don't want this late fee to apply to the customer. So I'll click on late fees. And this is where you can sit and say, you know what? No, we're not going to apply the late fees to this customer. They can pay us a little bit later than normal. So that's a nice little upgrade over the finance charges that you might be used to. Now I'm going to zip right through these next couple because they're actually kind of difficult for us to demonstrate, but they're really valuable to mention because they are part of the automation sort of suite of features. One is automated payroll. So in QuickBooks Online, if you have payroll set up, and by the way, if you are converting from QuickBooks Desktop, payroll information generally will come over to QuickBooks Online. There are only a couple of very small exceptions, and even those exceptions, whenever they come over, you'll be able to essentially get a head start. Those exceptions are like customized payroll items that you'll have to do a little bit of assigning work to in QuickBooks Online whenever they come over, but it's really fast and really easy. But your payroll data does come over, and you'll find it here under payroll. And for us, if I wanted to set up payroll to just be automated, including paying employees and paying payroll taxes and filing payroll taxes, I can do that. I don't even have to look at this screen anymore after it's set up, because you can go up to the gear again, talking about settings and preferences and things like that. I can go over to payroll settings, and let's see. So right in here, taxes and forms, by default, automated taxes and forms. So QuickBooks just pays your taxes and files your forms. Auto payroll, by default, it's not on, but you could turn it on. Right now, we're not eligible because I haven't hooked up a real bank account to this account, because, you know, this is a demonstration account, so I don't actually have a real bank account hooked up to it. But if you did, you would see an option right in here to have employees enrolled, and you can enroll them into auto payroll so that QuickBooks just processes those payments to them. And this is where you would set up anything, you know, specific to your business that you wanted to change the settings for. This could also be where you potentially change settings about printing paychecks and things like that. So that's another automation. So it's a machine. QuickBooks can actually run payroll for you. And then finally, one last thing. This is not an automation, but it falls into that category. Hold on. Oh, by the way, if you click on my account, there it is. Now it popped up. By the way, I mentioned inviting users to your account. One of the users that you can actually invite to your account to collaborate with them is your accountant. You can invite them for free, and you can have up to 2 accountants, or 3 if you use QBO Advanced. But the thing that I was looking for was live bookkeeping. It popped up down here at the bottom as soon as I clicked my accountant. So live bookkeeping is a service wherein, you know, if you've decided that you just don't want to do the bookkeeping, you could look into live bookkeeping, which is a service provided by Intuit, by QuickBooks. You can get a free consultation right here. Price quotes are available down here at the bottom, and this is full service bookkeeping. So potentially you could have somebody do a lot of your bookkeeping work for you if you just want somebody else to enter those transactions. But if you decide to do it yourself, obviously you have all those automation tools that I just mentioned earlier. So that was a big one, actually. That took up quite a bit of time, but that's okay because it's a pretty great suite of features. The next thing I want to talk about is app integration. So a lot of businesses who are using QuickBooks Desktop, or really any accounting solution in general, also use other apps, because you might have apps that are specific to your industry that help you do what you need to do. So for instance, one of the apps that a lot of businesses used years ago, BT Sheets. And of course now that is T-Sheets, it's actually called QuickBooks Time, but that was an app integration available with QuickBooks Desktop, and still is, where you could have people out in the field entering time, and then that time got downloaded into QuickBooks so you could run payroll and run reports so you could check up on it all. Well, that's an example of an app integration. So you basically downloading things from some other source and putting it into QuickBooks. Now, Desktop has that, but QuickBooks Online has a lot more of it. And I'm just going to show you, now that's hard to quantify, so I'm not really going to try. Instead, I'm just going to show you the Apps Center over here on the left-hand side. If you click Apps, this takes you to a place where you can shop around for apps that integrate directly with QuickBooks Online. And let's say, for instance, that, in your business, I'm just going to pick some of these at random. Let's just say that in your business, you use Shopify. You've got a site, you use Shopify to process sales. You want a way for you to integrate transactions directly into QuickBooks. Well, there's a Shopify connector by Intuit right here that if you open it up, this is developed by Intuit, got really great ratings. And when you look at the pricing for it, it's free. If you look at apps like this for desktop, they might be free, they might not be. You could be currently paying for some apps. It might be a good idea for you to shop around with the apps in QuickBooks Online and see if some of these services might be a little bit more accessible. Now, obviously not all of these apps are free. This one's developed by Intuit. So a lot of those Intuit apps are going to be, because they help to facilitate downloading transactions directly into QuickBooks. But then there's also, say, like eBay connector. So if you sell anything through eBay, let's take a look at that. We're going to look at the pricing. That one's free as well. And notice how a lot of these apps that are developed by Intuit have really good ratings, because you're dealing with an app that's developed by the same exact people who are actually designing QuickBooks. So we're not talking about, third-party applications from vendors that you might not know. We're talking about things that are developed by Intuit for this platform of QuickBooks Online itself. Now, there's a lot of these, and I mean a lot. there are hundreds, and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. So it's a pretty cool thing just to be able to search in here for an app that you already use to see if there's some way to integrate it automatically with QuickBooks Online. And you can actually look at this list outside of QuickBooks. If you're still using desktop and you just want to check out what's out there. So this is the QuickBooks App Store. And you can, hold on. There we go. If you go to this site right here, and I can put it into chat, for those of you who are already using some apps and you just want to say hey, I wonder if QuickBooks Online has an app for that thing. Does QuickBooks have an app for DocuSign that can download customer signatures? The answer is yes, it does. Does QuickBooks Online have a way for me to automatically integrate expenses through Expensify? Yep, it's got that. This is a good place to just search for them. Shop around, take a look at the apps that are available. And these are things that integrate seamlessly with QuickBooks Online. And when those transactions or, customer data, if we're talking about a CRM, things like that, whenever they get updated in that other app that you use, they also end up in QuickBooks. So if I go over here to banking, app transactions, I can actually see a list, not right now because I don't have any hooked up, but you would be able to see a list of transactions downloaded from that other source. So if you're processing transactions through Amazon Business or Square, there are apps for that. There's also the ability for you to download transactions directly from your bank and from your credit cards, which obviously you have with QuickBooks Desktop too. But it's also here, which is nice to see. In fact, the latest redesign that QuickBooks Desktop received looks an awful lot like the online banking that's been available with QuickBooks Online for years. So a lot of those ideas were taken directly from QuickBooks Online. Now, in addition to the apps, there's also something that, again, I'm not able to demo, but I think is really cool, which is QuickBooks Commerce. Now, with QuickBooks Commerce, basically, you're taking data from multiple places. So maybe you get paid through Shopify, through Square, through Amazon, through eBay, WooCommerce, all these places, right? And you want to download them all into one place. That's what QuickBooks Commerce is for. It's a way for you to sync all of those things into a single location, which is QuickBooks Online. So you can monitor your financials and also monitor inventory levels and all of your different sales channels all in one location with QuickBooks Commerce. Again, I can't can't demo it, but I mean, we're kind of running out of time anyway. So even if I could, I don't think I'd be able to demo very much. But so, oh, I really wanted to get to this. Yes. I'm gonna get to this because I want to show you something that I think shows in stark contrast the difference between desktop and online. So we talked about app integration, which is your ability to download things into QuickBooks Online from other sources. Let's also talk about mobile apps and desktop. And I'm actually going to be using my phone right here. Desktop recently got a mobile app. This was in 2021, and I like it a lot. Actually, I think it's really cool. It lets you download receipts into QuickBooks Desktop. So this is my phone that you're seeing up on the screen. Or am I sharing my screen? Yes, I am. Good. Okay. So I've got two apps on here, and I'm going to show you this one first. This is the QuickBooks Desktop app. All right. So this is what was introduced last year. Open it up. So let's see what we can do. So QuickBooks Desktop says it right up there at the top. We can enter receipts. It's cool. Take pictures of receipts. You can upload and take pictures of bills. Cool. And you can also attach documents. It's good. It works really well. I wrote a how-to video on it, and it works really well. So I've got nothing bad to say about this app. I like it a lot, and it's really nice to see that Desktop got one. But I can't help to draw a pretty stark contrast between it and this app, which is the QuickBooks Online app. There we go. So this is what the QuickBooks Online app can do. You can create invoices. You can snap receipts. You can take a look at your customers. Let's scroll a little bit. You can track trips. So if you want to track the mileage that you have going back and forth to jobs, not only can you enter a trip, but you can actually have QuickBooks, the app on your phone, monitor where you're driving through GPS coordination, and it can figure out the trips that you're taking. You can send estimates to clients. You can enter invoice payments. You can enter bills, expenses, vendors, sales receipts. If you want to do online banking and approve transactions from your bank and enter them into QuickBooks, you've got that right here. We've got a receipt right there. I'm going to scroll down. We can look at all of our invoices that we've sent off to customers that are unpaid versus paid over the last 30 days. We can see all of our expenses, all of our bills, upcoming bills, account balances. This is all from my phone. You can also do it from your tablet. And there's even more. So I press that little menu right there. Here's all of this. Maybe I'm out of the office and I want to send somebody an estimate. All, there we go. All, and then right here underneath sales, I'll select estimates, and I can actually fill out an estimate from my phone and send it off to a client. You just have to press that little plus button. Again, I like the desktop app. I've got nothing bad to say about it. But when I look at what's available with QuickBooks Online, I can't help but tell that there's a pretty big difference there. So if you want to have greater access to your data through your apps, through your mobile devices, tablets, computers, what have you, there's really not any comparison there, I think. The very last thing, this is a big advantage to me. Whenever I first learned bookkeeping, I learned it as a desktop user. QuickBooks Online wasn't really a thing. It didn't really exist as it currently exists. So I learned desktop And I was actually tasked by the company that I work for to write our QuickBooks Online training, the first one that we were going to make. And I was reluctant to do it just because I was so used to desktop. And I just thought, well, desktop does it so well. Why would I ever want to move over to QBO? And back then, desktop and online were very different. But over time, what I've seen happen is for online to sort of take on certain attributes of desktop, and desktop to take on other attributes of QuickBooks Online. So where they really are getting significantly closer to one another. And I showed you earlier, side by side, that desktop online or one after another. They really are quite similar in a lot of ways. And one of the things that I like best about all of this is that these days, if you are making that move from desktop to online, it's no longer anywhere near as scary as it was 9 years ago, whenever I first did it. Because if you've got a QuickBooks desktop file, all you have to do is select company, export your company file to QuickBooks Online. Most of the processes are the same: invoicing, receiving payments, sending out estimates, progress invoicing is there. And in this process, you can actually set up a completely new QBO free trial right through here. I want to try it first. Click try it first. It's going to ask you, do you have an online account? If you don't have one, just answer no. And you can set up an email address and a password right here and actually create a completely new free trial. Your data from desktop goes into online, takes a couple of minutes, up to an hour. You'll get an email whenever it completes, and you get a free trial. And you just get to test it out. And nothing bad is going to happen to that desktop data. It doesn't go away. It's still there. And you get to try out QuickBooks Online. It's not going to ask you for a credit card or a debit card. It's not like Netflix or Hulu or whatever. They don't ask for payment details and then start charging you after 30 days. There's none of that. You just get a free trial, period. And you can try it out. And it really is similar to what you've used to. If you've been using classes to classify transactions, accounts, products and services, these things are all there. You can import it directly from desktop. And if you're going to use QBO Advanced, which is one of the versions of QuickBooks Online, because there's Simple Start, Online Essentials Plus, and then QuickBooks Online Advanced. If you're using QBO Advanced, there is actually something that you can install onto your computer if you want to. And no, this isn't a web browser. This is an app that I've installed on my computer called the QuickBooks Advanced Desktop app. And if I go over to my, where are we? I wanted to go to map view. Where's my map view? So I just want to, there we go. This is QuickBooks Online. This is QuickBooks Online Advanced. Notice how we have a little nav bar over here on the left, and then we've got all of our shortcuts here in the middle. So it looks similar to anything you're used to. If you're used to desktop, this is what desktop looks like. And if you're using QBO Advanced, and you've got that QBO Advanced installed on your computer, this is what QuickBooks looks like. Very similar. The icons are in the same places. The workflows are the same. Some of the stuff over here on the left-hand side might be different just because the icon bar in QuickBooks Desktop is customizable, and this one isn't. But it's very similar. And not only that, but one of the things that you can do in desktop, not everybody does this, but you can, is you can switch back and forth between different companies. If you have multiple QuickBooks companies on the same account, and you're using this platform, this QuickBooks Online Advanced app, you can click the drop-down arrow over here at the top right, and you can actually choose between all of the different companies. You can have different companies open in different tabs. One of the things that I've heard is difficult, and in fact was for me, for people who have used desktop for a long time to sort of get over whenever they make that move, is being able to have multiple things open in different tabs. Check this out. Click on the little add a tab right here. If I want to, I can have an invoice open in this tab. And then I can go over here and I can go look at a customer's balance. Right? I can go over here and look at this. Look over here at my invoice. So I can go back and forth, very similar to a browser. You can also do this in the browser. I don't know, I like it in the app. So I just wanted to show you that because it's a pretty cool thing that can help to get you acclimated to what you're used to with QuickBooks Desktop. Nice little addition. So hopefully you've enjoyed this class. Hopefully you feel a little bit more informed about what it is that QuickBooks Online can do and why you would want to use it. And what I want to do is invite you to the other upcoming classes that we have on desktop migration. We have a series of classes coming up. Let's see here. I'm going to put these into chat. This has been the Advantages class. We're also going to talk about preparing for and moving. It's an entire hour-long class on how to prepare your file and move over. How to get around once you are moved over. Money in transactions or sales, money out transactions, online banking, payroll. We've even got a class on sales tax. Hopefully you'll join us for more in the future. Have a great rest of your day, everybody, and happy QuickBooksing.
This is Annie from the QuickBooks team. Before you can pay your employees in QuickBooks Desktop, you'll need to create profiles for them. In this video, we'll go over how to create employee profiles. These steps are the same for all versions of QuickBooks Desktop Payroll. First off, get a completed W-4 form from your employee. This has all the personal information you need to create their profile, plus any deductions or withholdings they want to claim. Once you have the W-4, go to QuickBooks and select Employees and Employee Center. Then select New Employee to open up the New Employee window. Depending on your payroll subscription, you might see this view. Or you might see a view with a tab called Required Info. For this example, we'll show you how to add a new employee with the Required Info tab. Here, you'll find the required fields you'll need to enter for each employee. Add the employee first and last name, date of birth, social security number, hire date, and home address. Next, go to the Personal Info tab. You'll see a lot of fields that might be useful depending on your business, but nothing is required on this tab. On the Additional Info tab, you can enter additional contacts. If you want to create custom fields for your business, you can do that here. Next, go to the Payroll Info tab and select the correct pay schedule if you have one set up. If you don't, just enter the pay frequency for your employee here. Next, select how much to pay your employee by choosing a payroll item in the Earnings box, along with a rate of pay. If you select an hourly pay item, then add the hourly rate. If they're a salaried employee, then add the annual pay here. Then select any voluntary or mandatory deductions or contributions. These can include health insurance deductions, 401ks, reimbursements, or garnishments. If you pay employees by direct deposit, you can set that up here. To start, select the direct deposit button and enter your employee's bank account and routing number. Ask your employee for a voided check to get this info. Make sure you get a check. because the routing and account numbers from other items like deposit slips are wrong and will be rejected by the bank. Once you're done, select OK to return to the Payroll Info tab. If this is your first time using QuickBooks Direct Deposit service, you'll be guided to set up the service when you select the Direct Deposit button. Next, move to the Taxes button to add your employee's tax info. Choose the year of the W-4 you want to enter. The fields will change based off what you choose. Complete the fields based on the employee's W-4. Select the State tab. Select the state worked and the subject to withholding, and complete the additional fields. Based on the state you choose, additional taxes may be added to the Other tab. Review the taxes added, and enter any additional info or rates if applicable. When you're ready, select OK to close the window to go back to the Payroll Info tab. Now, go to the Sick and Vacation button to add your employees' accrual rates. QuickBooks can track sick and vacation accruals on an annual, per check, or per hour basis. You don't have to set up accrual tracking in QuickBooks to pay employees sick or vacation time. If you track this somewhere else, then you can skip this section. Once you're finished, select OK to return to the Payroll Info tab. Next is the Employment Info tab. Again, there are a lot of useful fields, but nothing is required. The final tab is Workers' Comp. To set this up, select the Workers' Comp code for your employee. It's important to note that the QuickBooks Payroll service doesn't automatically pay workers' compensation. You'll need to do that separately. Once you're finished, select Save and Close to save the employee. And that's it. You're all set to start creating your own employees in QuickBooks Desktop Payroll.
Hi, this is Jason from the QuickBooks team. With QuickBooks Online Advanced, your team can submit their expenses with categories and upload receipts for you to review. This helps you track and record employee expenses all in one place. Let's learn how to set up a team member so they can submit expenses with receipts and track and record their expenses. First, set up roles that include expense claims. Select Settings, Manage Users, then Roles. If you want someone on your team to enter expense claims, make sure they're assigned to a role that includes the expense claim permission. To find out if a role has that permission, select Edit, and then select the Expenses section, and confirm that they have access to expense claims. Now set up your other expense claims settings. Select Sales and Expenses, Expense Claims, Manage Settings. Select Manage Users to see all the roles and users you've given permission to submit expense claims. Select Back. You also need to set up the categories they can use when they submit expenses. Select the Category drop-down menu and choose any category you want employees to be able to record expenses for. And then enter a nickname, which is the name they'll see when they submit their expenses. This helps limit their choices to the most relevant categories and assign names they'll recognize. Select Save and set up all of the categories they'll need. You can also customize what people on your team see when they submit expenses. Select Manage Expense Form. Depending on your settings, you can turn on or off their ability to submit a customer or project, class, or location for any expense. Let's take a look at what your team sees when they submit their expenses. Your team can submit expenses manually, submitting all of the details of the expenses themselves. Or they can upload a picture of the receipt, and QuickBooks submits the details for them. When they submit the expense, they assign a category. and add any other details about the purchase. As an admin, you'll receive notification when there's a new expense to review. Review the information and make any adjustments. And save the expense to add it to your books. From the Expense Claims tab, you can see anything waiting for review and expenses you've already reviewed. Now you're ready to set up your team to submit their expenses and track them in QuickBooks Online Advanced.
Welcome, everyone. Excuse me. To our How to Get Around in QuickBooks Online webinar as part of the Desktop Migrator series. My name is Alana Millis, and I'm here today in Fort Worth, Texas, and looking forward to helping you out with getting oriented in QuickBooks Online, seeing where things are a little different than desktop. If you've never been to one of our webinars before, welcome. My name is Alana Millis. I am a QuickBooks instructor. I teach webinars like the one you're in now, as well as help people answer their QuickBooks questions and solve their QuickBooks woes. I make video about QuickBooks Desktop, QuickBooks Online, and QuickBooks Time. My formal training is in education and linguistics, but I've come to find my true love in QuickBooks, and especially in helping other people come to love it, or at least learn to appreciate it as much as I do. Okay, are you ready? We finally made it to the real beginning of our webinar. This webinar is designed for people who are joining QuickBooks Online from QuickBooks Desktop. So you know how to use Desktop, you know where everything is, but you're moving your information to QuickBooks Online because of one reason or another, you are interested in particular features and you want to learn the basics of how to find your customers, where to find your vendors, where's your item list, how are you supposed to write checks, right? Or maybe you just want to know how the online banking feature works. So first, I want to point out that this webinar is the second in a series of webinars. The first was an excellent webinar by my colleague Amy that she taught on how to move your company information to QuickBooks Online and how to get your new company set up once you get all your information in. And I'm actually going to post a link to that in the chat right now. So I have a recording of that webinar that I'm going to go into the chat and post for you to, you can copy this link and save it in your browser or in a Word document or something like that, so you can go back and rewatch that. And this webinar that we're in right now is really about finding your way around. So we're going to have other webinars that will go into more detail on features like online banking that I strongly encourage you to attend. And I'm going to point those out throughout. For now, I am going to send you also in the chat a link for where you can sign up for more webinars. So you'll find the rest of the webinars that are in this desktop series, as well as other webinars that we teach just on QuickBooks Online and various functions like that. So the first thing we're going to talk about in this webinar is how to get around in QuickBooks Online. So if you want to know what all the different buttons do and what all the menus are for, or where the menus are, right, we're going to cover it. Then we're going to talk about lists, right? You've got them in QuickBooks Desktop. So the question is, where can you find all that same information in QuickBooks Online? And then we're going to talk about recording expenses and sales. So if you want to learn some basics for how the forms are different than what you would normally work with in QuickBooks Desktop, I've got you covered there. And then we're also going to look at a few places where you can customize reports, how you can save those customizations, and just in general, where you can find your reports. And then I also have sprinkled throughout a few tips and tricks to kind of give you the best experience you can in QuickBooks Online, because as we know, it looks very different than what you may be used to in QuickBooks Desktop, but there are a lot of similarities if you know where to look for them. So I'll show you how you can really make it work for you if desktop is something that you're really familiar with. Now, everything that we cover here is just kind of a cursory overview. We're going to be moving pretty quickly, but everything is covered more in depth in our other webinars. So for example, we're going to have an entire class next week just on sales transactions, money in. And then we have another class devoted to our money out transactions. We if you're interested in diving deeper into any of those topics, I definitely recommend going into that link that I just sent in the chat and looking at those other classes as well. It's also especially true for online banking. If you switch to QuickBooks Online QBO because you want to use the banking center, I highly encourage you to take the course that we're offering, I think in 3 weeks. It's another webinar that will take you through the ins and outs of how to use the online banking center. And of course, we are here to answer your questions. So if you've got them, make sure you send them over at any time throughout the presentation. So now that we know where we're headed on our hike through QuickBooks, we're ready to get started. And we're going to go ahead and start in QuickBooks Desktop. So I'm going to pull up my QuickBooks Desktop account here. We are Build'em Inc. today. That's our company name. And as you know, you already work in QuickBooks Desktop to help you organize who you do business with, how you spend and receive money, and what you sell. QuickBooks Online is going to help you do all the same things. So let's say, just imagine with me for a moment, you show up to work on Monday morning and the first thing you do is check your customers' balances. You need to see who you need to call, right? Who you need to get some payments from. And in Desktop, we know we can come to the home page and click the customers label on the home page, or you can come up to the top and select customers and choose the customer center, right? And you would do the same thing to check in with your vendor balances, right? You would go to vendors and select vendor center, right? And you see a similar looking list there. When you want to see reports about your business, you just select reports from the main menu, and then you can run any of the reports that you need on information that you've already entered in QuickBooks. In Desktop, we know this top menu is how you access historical information about your business. You can get to anything you need from that menu. So what we're going to do is go ahead and pull up QuickBooks Online to see how we can do the same thing. So this is our QuickBooks company online. We're in here with all the same information, all of our data pulled over. And again, if you have any questions about how to get your data into QuickBooks and those things, Amy's webinar is great for that. I highly encourage you to watch that if you didn't attend last week. Okay, so we're in QuickBooks Online. Same story. You sit down on Monday morning and you log into QuickBooks Online. Everything in QuickBooks Online can be accessed from one of 3 menus. And the first menu is this nav bar that we see over here on the left. That's short for, of course, navigation, right? So the nav bar helps us access historical information. So if it's something that happened in the past, something that's already in QuickBooks, we can access that through the nav bar. So we could select here banking, right? Or yours might say transactions to see the accounts that you've connected, and then categorize, as I scroll down here, any new transactions that are showing up here that you want to add to QuickBooks. If you select sales, or yours might say invoicing, you're going to see a list of all of your different sales transactions, right? And you could use these bars along the top to filter it based on, what has or hasn't been paid or what's overdue, things like that. If you wanted to see just invoices, you can click on the Invoices tab across the top. From the Customers tab, you can also see all of your customers along with their balances here. And we're going to come back to look at this list again in a few minutes and explore some of the things that it can do. But back to the nav bar, you can also click on expenses to see a list of all of the expenses for your company when we're on expenses here. And we can also switch over to this vendors tab to see a list of all of our vendors and their balances. So all the people that we buy things from, the people that we've paid, and potentially how much we owe them on bills and things like that. And so as we know, this is all information about things that have already happened, right? The projects tab that you see right here lets you track all the income and expenses associated with specific customers. You can actually even have multiple projects for one customer, kind of like you have with jobs in QuickBooks Desktop. And the projects tab is one of those really cool extra features that you get with QuickBooks Online, because you get this project dashboard for each project, and it's got visual representations of your income versus your costs and all this information. If I click on the project, I get this dashboard where I can look at transactions and project reports related to that actual project to help me kind of track the progress as I go. Back on the nav bar, we also have the payroll section where you can see a list of your employees. You notice I don't have any yet, but that's okay. You can also look at contractors. And if you have payroll through QuickBooks, if you run your payroll through QuickBooks, you'll also have your payroll information here as well. When we select our reports tab here, this is going to be our report center. Again, back to the idea that the nav bar is for historical information, you can run all of your reports here by selecting from the categories that you see. So if I scroll down here, I can see business overview reports. I can see these are all reports about people who owe me, my customers. I can see sales reports. I have the reports for vendors who owe me. I have all my expense reports, sales tax employees, and then other accounting type reports and payroll. And I can choose from any of those lists. But if you don't want to go through those lists, you can actually search for the name of the report by just typing it in here. And that's really handy as well. Now, you'll also notice that I've got my balance sheet and profit and loss. Those are already in my favorites list. And you can make any of these reports a favorite by just clicking on the little star icon, and it'll move it right into that favorite section for you. Now, if you track sales tax with QuickBooks, you're also going to select the taxes option here. And if you use payroll through QuickBooks, your payroll tax information will be in this window as well. From the accounting screen, you're going to be able to see your chart of accounts. And just like in QuickBooks Desktop, the chart of accounts is the hub of your accounting system. And we have an entire class dedicated just to the chart of accounts called Accounting 101, which we highly recommend if you're at all interested in how different transactions affect your accounts and reporting. And the chart of accounts is going to have all the same account types that you see in Desktop: bank, credit card. As I scroll down here, you can see I've got some fixed assets. I've got my income accounts here. If I click next, that moves me on to the next page of accounts, and I can see my cost of goods sold and expense accounts. So I scroll to the bottom. I'm going to go back to the first page. I can also filter this list here by just typing in the name of an account. So if I'm looking for advertising, I'm going to find that here by just searching for that as well. Right. Okay. And we're going to come back to the chart of accounts. We're not done with that yet. We'll see a few other things in there, but back to the nav bar. If I click on this light gray bar that you see here and scroll down, I have a few other things to point out. So the My Accountant tab is really cool because you can invite your accountant by typing in their email, and they can access your information remotely. So they'll be able to log in with their own login and actually see your books, so they can kind of help keep you on track. That's one of the big advantages to using QuickBooks Online. You can also take a look at the Apps tab, right, which is where you can really expand the functionality of QuickBooks Online with different apps that are compatible with QuickBooks Online and can help you out with those other business functions. And there's, of course, a few other fun things in the nav bar that you can explore. Like we have tasks, and we've got cash flow and workflows and time and budgets, but we're trying to stick to the basics today so you can get up and running. So the question is this: how do you access historical information in QuickBooks Online? If you said nav bar, here, you're staying caught up. So let's go ahead and keep going now. Knowing where to find all that historical information is great, right? But your business doesn't just run on its history. New things are happening every day. Now, if I come back to desktop here, I'm back in my QuickBooks Desktop account, and I want to record a new invoice, I'm just going to click the Create Invoices icon right on the home page, right? Or if I need to write a check, I'm just going to come over here and select Write Check. So how do you actually enter new transactions in QuickBooks Online? Well, if you remember, I said there's three main menus. We've talked about one. We talked about the nav bar. So we're going to go back into QuickBooks Online and look at our second menu, and that's the New button, which you see right here in the top left corner, just above the nav bar. And this button is where you can go whenever you need to enter new transactions. So if you need to write a check, you just select check. Or when your customer walks in and orders a new service, you enter an invoice or a sales receipt, right? And all these transactions are organized kind of like the home page by who you do business with. So we see all of our transactions for customers, all of our transactions for our vendors here. Then we have employee transactions, and then we have some other transactions, like we've got bank deposits and transfers, things like that. Now, we have one more menu in QuickBooks Online, and that's the gear icon. Okay, this is kind of like your preferences menu in QuickBooks Online. It's over here in the top right. We've got our gear icon, and we've got a few different things that we can access. Basically, if you can't find what you're looking for in the nav bar and you can't find what you're looking for from the new button, the next place to check is the gear icon, and it'll probably be here. So one thing I want to do is actually go into the account and settings menu so we can take a look at the preferences here. And we've got preferences divided up by a bunch of different categories about applying credits, default email messages, and things like that. But I want to point out just a few of them to you because, as we know, when you set up a company file, the first thing you need to do is choose your preferences. And there are a few in here that you may use religiously in QuickBooks Desktop that I want to show you are actually available. So, of course, we have our normal company information, legal information, stuff like that. But if we come over here to our sales tab, we've got a few preferences that you're going to want to see. So if you're looking at wanting to customize your invoices, you can see that here, but you can also set net terms and preferred delivery methods in this field as well. We also have, if we scroll down, I want to show you a very important thing. If you plan on using estimates, you're going to want to turn on this progress invoicing option if that's something that you're doing here, okay? But you can also set default messages that go out with your invoices. And you can also see a few other options for reminders as well. If we jump over to expenses, this is something else that you want to pay extra close attention to. If you want to use items, if you purchase items and you want to put those on your purchase forms, and we'll see what that looks like here in a few minutes, you're going to want to make sure that this track expenses, where is it? Where did it go? Oh, show items table on expense and purchase forms. This is the very top one. This is the very first one, right? We want to put that on there. And then we also, if you're interested in making items billable so that you can later add them to customer invoices, you're going to want to turn on track expenses and items by customer and make expenses and items billable as well. So those are there too. And then down at the very bottom, we have our advanced options. And this is where you'll find some of those preferences that you may already be familiar with in desktop. So you see where you can close the books, where you can set up your fiscal year. And then another big one for a lot of people is if you want to turn on account numbers, you've got that option to turn them on as well as show them in the chart of accounts later if that's something that you want to do. And I'll leave those on so that we can see what that looks like when we get back to the chart of accounts here in just a few minutes. If you wanted to use that projects tab that we were talking about, you'll want to turn on this option here. And I would recommend that as you are getting used to using QuickBooks Online, it can be really overwhelming with this new software because, you know, you kind of know what's going on, but things are in slightly different places. If you want to be able to really track where everything's going, I would turn off the options to, where did it go? In automation to automatically apply credits and automatically apply bill payments as well. So that way you can really keep track until you have a better understanding of where everything is, of what is being applied to what. So that way you don't get turned around. But again, we really encourage you to explore this window and make sure that your settings are set up the best for your business. And another thing to point out is that the gear icon actually is where you can get to reconciliation and budgeting as well. Two really big features, right? And that's because, you know, of course, you're going to do some of these, you know, once a month, once a year, but it's not something that you're going to access as often as you'll see in the more common things like the new button or the nav bar. Okay, so now, even if you don't take anything else away from this webinar, you know that you can get to anything you need in QuickBooks Online through one of those three menus, right? We've got the nav bar, we've got the new button, and then over here on the far right, we've got the gear icon. So with that knowledge, you are well on your way to getting back to business. And now I want to explore with you how we organize information. So let's go back to QuickBooks Desktop just to start with the familiar and move to the new here. In desktop, we have lists to help us keep track of the people and things that we do business with, right? It helps us to enter information on transactions much more quickly, right? And just generally keep track of all the things in our business. So we know that when we open up the customer center, right, we get a pretty familiar view, right? We get a list of all our customers with their open balances to the right. And then if you click on a customer, right, you're going to see more detailed information about all their contacts. And then we're going to see the transactions that make up how much they owe you, right? Like their invoices and payments and things like that. And of course, we're going to get similar information if we open the vendor center, right? All of our vendors with all of their balances and contact details and transactions here like that. right? So we're expecting all of this as well with the employee center as well. And these are our name lists, but we also use lists to help us categorize and organize the things that we buy and sell to customers, right? So to see those things, we go to lists and select item list. We're going to see a name of all of our different items that we sell to our customers. We'll see the descriptions that are on sales forms. We see the types. We see the account that they report to, right? And we see the price of those items. And this is where we can manage all of our items. We know we can click on things and edit them and stuff like that. Okay. And then, of course, we also have our chart of accounts, which is going to help us see all of the accounts that help us categorize why our business spends and receives money. These things are really important, right? Yeah, of course they are. But we need to find out where they are in QuickBooks Online because we have all of the same information in QuickBooks Online. So let's jump back over to QuickBooks Online and see where we can find it. You can open most of your lists from the nav bar. They represent things that are already in QuickBooks, right? So for example, to see a list of all your customers, we've seen this once, I'm going to go to sales. You also might see invoicing, and then I'm going to select customers here, and that's going to take me right to my customer list. And this window is essentially your customer center in QuickBooks Online. So you're going to see all your customers' names. You're going to see how much they owe you to the right, but you can also filter this list with the buttons along the top. So for instance, if I select this overdue button, I'm going to see a list of the customers with overdue balances. I'm not going to see anybody that doesn't have an overdue balance. If I want to go back to the main list, I can actually click this clear filter or view all option, or I can click on the filter again to take it back off. And so now I'm back to seeing all of my customers at once. If I click this little gear icon here, I can actually add additional columns as well. So I could see the customer type or their emails, and then I can click the print or export icon if I want to see the list of customers as a report. Now, just like in QuickBooks Desktop, you can click on a customer's name to see more details. So I'm going to see their contact information at the top here and a list of all their transactions along the bottom. If they have any projects, I'm also going to be able to access any projects that go with that customer as well. Okay, now here's a pro tip. When you first come into this customer's list, it's going to look like this, or this customer detail information. You'll see something that looks very similar to this. Now, this little icon right here, it's got an arrow pointing at 3 small lines. This arrow actually lets us look at the customer list in a way that's a little bit more familiar for us as desktop users. So now I can easily switch between all of my customers, and I can even type in the search bar to filter. So if I wanted to see something like, oh, there's my customer Sue Skis, and I can click on her information and I can just clear out this filter to see all of my customers' names again. And I'm just scrolling up through that list, right? So this is a little bit more familiar for us, and we like that a lot. If you want to edit the customer, you can just choose edit here in their details screen, and that's going to pull up the window where you can see all their details like their address and phone number. You're also going to see where you can enter if they're tax exempt, or you have payment preferences that you want to include. If you choose the additional info tab, you can enter their customer type and things like that. And we can make those changes there. But what if you want to add a new customer, right? Again, new things happening every day. If you're in this view that we're in right now, you can click this small gray plus icon, and that will let you add a new customer. But if you're on your main customers list, which is where you'll come if you choose sales customers, it's going to come to this window. You can click this big green new customer button, right? And that's going to bring up the window where you can add this. That said, just like in QuickBooks Desktop, you can quick add customers. So if I open up an invoice, we'll let that load. I can pull this up, and I've got right at the top of my drop-down list, add new. And this is true for vendors, employees, products and services. Most of our lists, just like in QuickBooks Desktop, you can add quickly by just clicking this add new button to enter that information and go back and enter details later on. Okay, let's go ahead and close that window. And we're ready now to move on to our vendor list. So to see our vendors, we're going to go to expenses and then select vendors. And this list is going to look very similar to the customer list, and it's going to work the same way. So you're going to see all the names, all the balances. You see where you can filter across the top. So which vendors have purchase orders open, right? And we can clear that filter as well. If you want to add a new vendor, you can click it from here. If you want to edit a vendor without clicking on their name, you can come over to the action dropdown, and actually you can't do that. I thought you could. Oh well. Okay, so I can click on their name and then I can click the edit button here, right? And that's going to bring up detailed information about the vendor that I can enter all the things that I want to track about my vendors there. One important note about vendors is that just like QuickBooks Desktop, if you need to enter contractors, if you need to track payments for contractors so that you can issue 1099s at the end of the year, you do need to enter your contractors on the vendor list. And then when you're looking at that edit screen, if I scroll down, there's a box to track payments for 1099. And that's what's going to make them a 1099 contractor, is checking that option there. So that's an important note if that's something that you need to do. And again, this works the same way. The same little arrow with 3 lines is how we can get that more desktop looking view where we can easily switch between all of our different vendors that way. Now our employees list is going to look very similar. It's going to have the same information. It's going to work like this. And that'll be in the payroll section. But let's talk about items now. Items in QuickBooks Online are actually called products and services. So to find that list, we're going to go to sales and select products and services. You can also get to it by clicking on the gear icon, and you'll find it under this list section. So we've got products and services here as well. This list is your item list. They're exactly the same. They just have a different title, because we're going to see the names of all of our items here. We're going to see their types. The types are the same, whether it's service, non-inventory, or inventory items. We're going to see the sales price. We're going to see the description that appears on sales forms. And if I scroll to the top and I click this small gear icon, again, I can check off different things that I want to see. So if I wanted to see the income account that it reported to, I could add that column here as well. And I can adjust the way these columns appear here as well. So that's our products and services. If I want to edit any of these items, so we'll come down and we'll say we want to edit our bolts item. I'm going to choose edit here in the action column, and I can enter the name, the description. I can change the income accounts or the price. I can edit sales tax if you're tracking sales tax. If I click this show more link, I'll also see where I can check the box if I want to assign this to a purchases or an expense account, because you recorded on purchase forms and things like that. So that's very helpful there as well. So I'm going to go ahead and save and close that. If you want to add a new product or service, you can just click this new button, and it's going to pull out that side window again where you can choose the type and then enter all the important details about that item. Now, for your very most important list, your chart of accounts, you're going to go all the way down here to accounting and select chart of accounts. By default, the chart of accounts is sorted by type here. So you're going to have your bank accounts, you're going to have your other assets, your fixed asset accounts, followed by all your liability accounts. I'm just scrolling down with my mouse here. Your equity accounts, income. If you get to the bottom and you're like, where are my expense accounts? You can come over here to the far right. We're only seeing 50 list items at a time. I'm going to choose next, and I can keep scrolling and see here's my cost of goods sold, followed by all of my expense accounts. If you want to see more items in a list at a time, I can actually choose like 100 here, right? And that'll resort my list for me this way. If you want to resort the list, say you want to see it alphabetically, you can do that here. And then because I turned on that numbers feature, I'm seeing the numbers here. So if you had account numbers entered in on your chart of accounts, you would see those listed in the numbers column. And I can turn that off here by just unchecking number if that's not something I want to see anymore. Now, if you wanted to make one of these items inactive, and this is true on any of the lists we've looked at so far, I can click the action dropdown and choose make inactive. That's going to remove it from my list, just like it does in QuickBooks Desktop, just to kind of keep my lists cleaned up a little bit. And same for these accounts. I can click new. I can also come down here and choose edit. And so I'm going to see my edit screen this way. Another thing to note, this shouldn't be too big of a deal. Usually when you come over from QuickBooks Desktop, you're going to see windows that look very similar to mine, but if for any reason you're seeing something that looks very, very different, you can click the gear icon and choose this switch to business view option, right? So when I choose switch to business view, I'm going to get a very different looking screen for my account. So if your chart of accounts is feeling very, very different when you go to make new, it pulls out. No, it's not doing it. Of course, it wouldn't do it. But if it looks very different, you can switch back to accountant view here, and your screen's going to look like mine. Okay, another thing to point out is if you're somebody who likes to look at the register for any of your bank accounts or balance sheet accounts, you can choose view register here in the action column for any of your accounts, and you're going to see what looks very much like a register. You can click on the headers to sort it if you want to see all your payments, you want to sort it by balance, deposit, things like that. You can also switch between registers here, which is very, very handy if you're spending a lot of time in your registers. If you click this little filter, this is going to help you find transactions. So you're looking at, you can search by amount, you can filter in a specific date range, by payee type, all these different things as well. Now, this brings us to a really important idea. Before I show you the transaction windows, I want to show you a few tricks to kind of help you find things in QuickBooks Online just a little bit more easily. So first, QuickBooks Online has a very powerful search function. So when I come up to the magnifying glass that I see up here, I'm going to see a list of all of my most recent transactions. This is very cool. And I can just click on them to open them up. So if I want to look at this check here, I can click on that. It's going to open in this screen, and I'm going to see all the details about that check. If I press escape on my keyboard, just like in QuickBooks Desktop, it's going to close that window for me and return me to the screen I was on. In the magnifying glass, I can also search here for any transactions, anything. I can look for customers, I can look for vendors, I can type in names, types of transactions, I can type in reference numbers or amounts. If I need even further searching ability, I can come down here to the very bottom and choose advanced search. And then I can actually enter in some constraints, some parameters to help me narrow everything down even further. Another useful thing for us to know is how to look at multiple windows at once. So if I switch back over here to QuickBooks Desktop, we can have our invoice open. We can also be looking at our profit and loss report at the same time. Oh, what is going on? Okay, there we go. And I can have these multiple windows open, which is really handy as you're referencing different things. Actually, we can have this in QuickBooks Online too, but only if you know how to do it. So here's your pro tip. I'm going to switch back to QuickBooks Online. Because you're using QuickBooks Online in a browser, you can actually use multiple tabs or multiple windows to look at multiple windows at once. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and just pull up a basic profit and loss report here. So I'm going to scroll down a little bit and I'm going to choose profit and loss. So I can see my profit and loss report here, but let's say you also want to look at a specific invoice. If I come over here and select new, and then I right click the invoice, I have the options to open it in a new tab or to even open it in a new window. So I'm going to choose open link in new tab. And what that's going to do, you notice up here at the very top, I can see my invoice tab opening. And this is really, really handy because now I can enter things on my invoice. I can go back to my profit and loss. Say I want to also look at my balance sheet. I can do this again, right click, choose open link in new tab to open up another tab for my reports page, scroll down, I can run the balance sheet. This works with any links in QBO. So I can look at my balance sheet. I can go to invoice. I can do things. I can look at my profit and loss statement. I could go back to my dashboard. I can jump to my balance sheet, to my invoice, my balance sheet, right? Over and over, and I can bounce around in all these different windows. So you can be signed in to QuickBooks Online and have multiple windows open to reference different things. And that's really handy for us to know. Okay. So that's just a few tips to kind of help keep us oriented as we begin working in your QuickBooks Online account. But let's go ahead and get down to the most important things, how to record transactions. So let's go back into desktop. Again, we want to move from the familiar to the unfamiliar here. Let's say that we want to make an invoice for our customer Amy's Bird Sanctuary. So in desktop, when you want to open an invoice, We're just going to click create invoices, and we want to record a few main things, right? So first we want to enter our customer. So that's the who of the transaction. So I'm going to choose Amy's Bird Sanctuary here. And then we want to enter the information about when the transaction happens, right? We can enter the date we issue the invoice. We can issue the terms, how long the customer has to pay you. We can enter the due date, right? Which the terms can actually change so the customer knows when they need to pay you by, right? We always want them to see that. And again, this is the when part, and it also pulls in their contact information, their addresses and things like that. But then we also have our specific line items. So what is your customer buying, or what are you charging them for, right? So here we can choose from our item list, we can choose design, and it's going to pull in the price and the description and all those different things. Right. And then we have our very important at the very bottom, we have our total here. Right. And this is how we know what our customer is going to see. This is how we record our sales. All of these elements are the same that we'll find in QuickBooks Online. We've got the who, the when, the what, and the how much down here at the bottom. Okay. Let's go see how that looks in QuickBooks Online. And remember, in QuickBooks Online, we have, when we want to open new transactions, right, we're going to go to the new button and we're going to select invoice to open up that invoice. Okay, same information we want to do. Let's find our 4 elements. For the customer, the who you want to send the invoice to, the customer dropdown is just like in desktop. You're going to see a list of all of your customers to select. You can enter, you can just select the name from the list. You can also start typing in the customer's name here, and it's going to pull up the customer's name. In the middle section, we're going to have our when information. So you can enter today's date for the invoice, and then when you select the terms, QuickBooks is going to automatically calculate the due date for you. One of the first differences, though, that we see here is that our items, as I mentioned earlier, are now called products and services. This is the same list, though. So we can still click the drop down. We can scroll through this list. We can type in this list, and we can choose design. We can press tab to move on to the next field, and it's going to pull the description and the price and all those things directly from our defaults that we have set up in the products and services list. And now you can see the total down here at the bottom, but one of the really cool things, if I scroll back up to the top, is our balance due is also going to be up here in very bold black letters at the top right. So our how much is usually going to be up here at the top for quick reference for us. Okay, a few other things I want to point out about the invoice before we move on is that if you click this gear icon here, this is actually going to be the settings for the invoice. So you can turn on extra fields like shipping addresses, or if you're using any custom fields, like I've got sales rep, I can track my sales reps with a custom field here, or I can turn on service dates or take off products and services, things like that. I can do that in that window as well. I can also print invoices by clicking this bottom here at the button, clicking this button here at the bottom. Wow, that was something else. Okay, so I can print or preview invoices by clicking this button here at the bottom. I can make recurring, which is the same as memorizing a transaction, and set up a schedule as well. And I can customize my invoices here. Another cool thing that's true about all of your transaction windows is that if you come over here to the far left corner, you're going to see this little icon that looks like a clock, but with an arrow going around it. Stands for going back in time, right? Doing a little time travel. You can actually, this is similar to those previous buttons that you see on your invoices in QuickBooks Desktop, where I can go look at invoices that I've entered in the past. So I can scroll back to this invoice for Sue's skis, and I can actually see that this invoice is open. Once you've saved an invoice, you're going to see a button just under the balance due, under the how much portion, that says receive payment. And this is where we can actually see that screen. If we just click on it, it's going to let us pay this invoice once the customer actually pays you. And this screen is going to record the same information as a payment would in QuickBooks Desktop. We see the customer's name along the top. Then we're going to see the date along with the payment method. So I can choose how they paid me. And then I can choose for deposit too. I can actually choose undeposited funds, which is what your payments default to in QuickBooks Desktop, or I can choose the bank account. that the payment's going to go to. But if you want to group it with other payments, you're going to want to choose undeposited funds. And you can learn more about that in our next webinar on money in transactions. And again, the link to sign up for those is posted in the chat right now. After that, you can select the invoice you want to pay or apply the payment to from the outstanding transactions window. And you can see how much is being paid here in the amount received window, how much is being applied, and those kind of things. So once you've got that payment information entered, you can save that. But for now, we're going to go ahead and close out of that window. Now, what if you mostly record sales receipts? You've got those too. You can click New and then select Sales Receipt, and you're going to see a screen that looks really similar to your invoice. So you're going to enter all the same information. You're going to enter the who. You're going to enter the when. You're going to scroll down. You can see your products and services to enter what they paid for. And then when you look at the top, you'll see how much. So this looks very similar. The main things that are different here is that you're actually going to choose a payment method in this screen. And again, you can choose undeposited funds from the deposit to field as well. So let's close this window and move on now to another set of transactions, looking at how you can actually record spending money. So we'll jump back to QuickBooks Desktop here. And this is one of the biggest differences that you're going to kind of encounter with QuickBooks Online. In QuickBooks Desktop, when you want to show that you spent money from your bank account, you select this write checks window, right? It can be a little confusing when you do this because you do it whether you swiped your debit card, whether you sent an ACH transfer, or whether you actually wrote a check, you still go to write checks, right? But when you do click write checks, right, you're going to enter your bank account, you enter the number, you enter who you paid, but then you've got these two tabs down here for expenses and items. And if you're entering the category, say you're paying for advertising, you would just select your expense account on the expenses tab, or if you're paying for items, you would enter those items on the items tab. And again, of course, you need to enter all that same information in QuickBooks Online, but we're going to approach it just a little bit differently. So let's go back to QuickBooks Online. I'm going to switch here and we'll see why it's different. So let's start to say we need to enter a new transaction. We're going to select new, but under vendors, we have two options. We have expenses and checks. Let's enter a check first. So suppose we wrote a check to our accountant, Books by Bessie. Once again, the form's going to take up the whole screen when I open it up, and you're going to notice almost immediately it looks quite surprisingly similar to the invoice for being such a different transaction. One of the things that QuickBooks Online did when they designed the windows was try to keep the formatting similar, so you only have to learn one look, right? So at the top, we have the who of our check, who we actually paid. So we can start typing in Books by Bessie to bring up our vendor's name here. And then at the top, just like with our check in QuickBooks Desktop, we can enter which account we're spending the money out of. But notice only bank accounts are available right here because we're looking at a check. Okay. And then we can enter the payment date when we paid it, and then we can enter the category details section. And things look a little bit different here for our what section. Category details is exactly like the expenses tab in QuickBooks Desktop. From the category field, you're going to select the expense account that best describes your purchase. So in this case, I can start typing in accounting to pull up my accounting account because that's what describes this. I can also enter a description, which is what would be like a memo here. So I can say accounting consultation, right? And then I can tab over or click into the amount field and enter $200. Excuse me. Then off to the right, because I turned on those features earlier to track by customer and billable, I have those options here. So I could assign this expense to a customer. I could mark it as billable, things like that. But you're wondering, okay, but what if I buy things? What if I want to put things on my purchase forms? Down here is the item details tab. If you get in here and you can't find it, it might be because it's collapsed. So if I click that arrow, I can expand that out just like that. And then I can choose the products or services that I want to enter instead. Now, if I scroll back up and I want to print the check, I can check this print later option. I can also uncheck it to enter the check number right now. So you might be wondering, okay, this all seems pretty normal, but what is the expense form for? Well, let's say that I ordered some office supplies online, right? So I went online and I just entered my debit card information on the website. Well, in QuickBooks Desktop, you would use the write checks window, and you'd probably enter debit in that check number field. In QuickBooks Online, you're going to click the new button and use the expense form. So we'll choose new expense. In this window, it's going to look almost identical to the check window, except for two things. Now, we don't have a check number field. Instead, we have a reference number field, okay? And you can't print a check from this form, okay? But you don't need to because it was an online purchase. You also have a place to record the payment method. So was it a credit card or an ACH? And this is where one of the things is really different, right? In QuickBooks Desktop, to enter a credit card charge, you use that enter credit card charges window. But in QuickBooks Online, the payment account is going to tell QuickBooks whether it's a credit card or an ACH or debit card type transaction. So if I choose a bank account, this represents a transaction from my bank that was not a check. If I choose credit card, it's going to be a credit card type of transaction, right? But we have the other things here. We can still enter our category details. We can still enter our item details. We can still enter who we paid, and we can still enter when we paid them, right? So the key takeaway is this. If you physically hand wrote a check, or you need to print a check to send to a vendor, you're going to use the check window. For everything else, credit card charges, bank accounts that aren't checks, you can record an expense. And that's mainly because of that check number, or if you actually need to print the check, you have to use the check form so that you can print the check. Okay, but what about bills, you ask? Okay, I've still got you covered. No worries. If we click the new button and select bill here, the forms in QuickBooks Online designed mostly to lay out information the same way so you can quickly understand where to put things. So at the top, we see who sent us a bill. We enter the date of the bill. We have our terms, just like the invoice window, and we can enter the category details or the item details here, right? You can do all of that just the same way. When you're ready to pay a bill, you can go to the new button and select pay bills here. And you're going to see a list of all of your bills, and you can select that. Well, you can click on them to open them up. I was trying to select it here, check it off. You can check off the bills that you want to pay. You're going to choose the account that you're making the payment from. If you need to print checks for each of those bill payments, you check the print later option, or you can uncheck it and move on. If you wanted to pay the bills with Melio through QuickBooks Online, you can choose this option to schedule payments online, and that'll take you to where you can set up your Melio account and pay things directly from QuickBooks Online. But if you don't want to mess with that, or if you're just recording bill payments that you've already made, you're going to click this drop down arrow and you'll have your other options for saving. You can choose save and close, save and print, or just save, right? So I can save and close those if I wanted to do that. Now, the last thing that I want to show you with transactions is something that many of you may not currently use in QuickBooks Desktop, but it may be one of the reasons you decided to switch to QuickBooks Online, and that is banking. So let's go to the banking tab, and we will have an entire webinar just on online banking where you're going to get to really explore the ins and outs of how this window works. But I do want to point out a few things. So once you set up your accounts, you're going to see them listed across the top here, and you can switch between them and see the different transactions that you're going to add, right? But the other thing to point out is that if you have been using a more recently updated version of QuickBooks Desktop and you are using the most recent version of online banking, this is actually going to feel very familiar to you because that window was designed much like QuickBooks Online. But again, if you want to learn more about how online banking works and all of that, you can go to that webinar here in just a few weeks. Okay, so we've entered all of our transactions. That means we're ready to run reports. As I mentioned earlier, we can see all of the available built-in reports by clicking the reports button. And this is our reports center, right? This is where we can run all of our reports from, right? And you're going to see many of the same reports you're familiar with. We still have the same 3 types of reports. We've got summary reports, we've got detail reports, we've got list reports. So I can see my customer balance summary report. I can look at my expenses down here. If I scroll down, I can look at my expenses by vendor summary, purchases by vendor detail, all these different types of reports. If I want to find something, I can type it in here. But for right now, let's just run a basic profit and loss report so we can see how we can actually make changes. So when you first come to the report, it's going to center the information for you. But if you actually scroll up to the top, and you can use the scroll bar over here, I use the scroller on my mouse, you're going to see where you can actually make a few changes and customize the report. So we can choose from the dropdown, we can choose preset date. So for instance, if I want to report for just this quarter, or I can enter my own date ranges. If you're somebody who really liked the date short codes in QuickBooks Desktop, they all work. They're exactly the same short codes in QuickBooks Online. So if you want to type, just type in the date with no dashes, or use any of the letter tricks for the date shortcuts, you can do that here. But so I can choose the date range. I can change how the columns are displayed. Like if I wanted a month by month comparison, or I want to do any of these other comparisons, I can switch between cash and accrual here. Any changes that I make here, though, I have to click Run Report, just like I did in QuickBooks Desktop, to see them update here. Another thing to point out is that if you want to change the title, you can just click on the title and edit the information. If you're using a very recent version of Desktop and you got familiar with the collapse and expand options, I can actually click collapse here, and that's going to hide all of my sub accounts. And if I scroll back up and choose expand, I can see all of my sub accounts here again, and I actually don't have to refresh to do that. I can email this report by clicking the email button here, or I can print the report by clicking the print icon. If I click the export icon, I'll have three options. I can either export it to Excel, I can export it as a PDF, or very handily, I can export it to Google Sheets as well. If I click the small gear icon, all that changes is how far apart the rows are. So that's the only real thing we're looking at there. Okay, now how do you actually customize this? If I click the customize button, I'm going to see a few other things that I can do. So if you want to see your negative numbers in red, or you don't want to see cents or something like that, the filter is, of course, the most powerful thing you can do with reports. So if I want to see a profit and loss for just a specific customer, just a specific vendor, or just a specific product and service, I can do all of that in this window. When I click Run Report, it's going to update it with any changes I made. If I really like the changes I've made, if there's anything I want to save, I can choose Save Customization, and then I'm going to put in what I want to save here. And this is just like memorizing a report in QuickBooks Desktop. So I can say quarterly profit and loss. We'll just say P&L here. I can add it to a group, and then I can click Save here. When I'm ready to go back and I want to run this report again, what I can do is go back to my Reports tab here, right? And I'm going to choose the custom reports, and I'm going to see any of the custom reports, anything that I save in this list. If I click the edit option here, I'm also going to see where I can toggle on how to set up an email schedule. And the really cool thing about this is that I can enter in emails, and I can give it a little message. I can say, maybe I want to see my quarterly P&L at the end of every quarter, and I want to email that out to certain people in my business. I can put all their emails in here. They don't have to be users of the company file to see it. I can also attach the report as an Excel file. And so that's really, really handy here. So that's one thing you can do, but you can only do it once you've created that custom report. So I'm going to go ahead and close that window. And when I do actually want to run the report, I'm just going to click on the name, and it'll pull up the report with all the settings that I already entered in. Okay, last thing that I want to point out is if you are somebody who is hoping to use QuickBooks Online because you're managing users, we do talk about this in the recording of Amy's class, but just in case you wanted to see that, if you click the gear icon and go to Manage Users, this is where you're going to be able to add any users to your account. It's also where you can see any accountants that you've added as well. So you can add users here. You can see that I'm the primary admin. You go into the gear icon to find those options. And that brings us close to the end of our class. So we've talked about how to get around in QuickBooks Online. We recorded basic transactions. We learned some tips and tricks. We looked at reports and all these different things. So congratulations. You've officially leveled up in QuickBooks, achievement unlocked. Your next task is to take what you learned here and try to get started using QuickBooks Online for your business. Finally, thank you so very much for attending today. I hope that you sign out with more understanding than when you arrived, and that you're feeling more confident that you can use QuickBooks Online to do your bookkeeping. I'm so glad that I was able to be a part of this journey with you. Thank you so much again, and happy QuickBooksing.
Hi, this is Jason from the QuickBooks team. By using QuickBooks Online Advanced and Spreadsheet Sync, you have the ability to view your company's data in Excel, allowing you to create customized reports, track your business's progress, and make changes or updates to transactions and other information. Let's go over how to access Spreadsheet Sync. Use it to run reports with your QuickBooks info in Excel, and import new info from a spreadsheet into QuickBooks. First, select the Settings menu and select Spreadsheet Sync. Follow the instructions to use Spreadsheet Sync in Excel. After you've set up Spreadsheet Sync, you can use it to access your QuickBooks info. Sign in using your QuickBooks username and password. From here, you can create reports, including multi-company reports. Use a spreadsheet to create or edit records in your QuickBooks and create or edit budgets. Let's create a report. Select the company you want to run a report for, and then select the report you want to run, or start typing the name of the report and select it. Let's look at a profit and loss statement. You may need to choose an accounting method, then enter a date range for the data you want to see. And you can apply more filters. When you're done, select Run Report. Here you see when the report was last updated. You can turn on automatic updates so the report will refresh its info as you work in QuickBooks. You can also manually update it with a quick refresh. Select Edit Filters to change the filters you chose when you built the report. In addition to reports, you can also edit your QuickBooks data in Excel. Select Go Home. Then select Create or Edit Records and Sync. Select your company. Choose the type of data you want to access or post to QuickBooks. Let's work with invoices and bills. Then choose whether you want to enter new records or edit existing info. If you use custom fields, choose the fields from QuickBooks that you want to fill in for the transactions. Select Load Template. Select Notes and Controls to see an extensive guide on syncing your Excel info with QuickBooks. Enter information about transactions on each line of the sheet, and when you're done, select Sync to QuickBooks, then Sync. Select Go Home. Clear data. You can also create and edit budgets from Spreadsheet Sync. Check out this video to learn more about that. Now you can use Spreadsheet Sync with Excel to run reports, update info in QuickBooks, and manage your budgets. Hi, this is Jason from the QuickBooks team. If you use QuickBooks Online Advanced, you can set up recurring statements to automatically remind customers of their balances. This helps you keep customers up to date about what they owe or notify them of all the transactions you've had with them over a period of time. Let's learn how to set up a recurring monthly statement for customers. Select Workflows, Templates. Then, in the box labeled Send Recurring Statement to Customer, select Create. First, name the workflow. Then set up what you want QuickBooks to do and when to do it. QuickBooks can send 3 different types of statements. Balance forward statements tell customers how much they owe and show recent activity that affected their balance, like invoices and payments. Open item statements only show unpaid invoices and unapplied credits. They do not include applied payments or invoices that are marked as paid or closed. Transaction statements show nearly any activity, even if it didn't affect the customer's balance. Nonprofits frequently use this type of statement to summarize a donor's yearly contributions. Let's set up a recurring balance forward statement. Next, you choose how often to send statements and when you want QuickBooks to start sending them. You can even skip weeks or months if you need to. Let's send statements to customers monthly, on the first of every month. and send off the first statements at the end of next month. Each statement picks up where the last one left off, so the end date for the first statement will be the starting date for the second statement, and so on. QuickBooks uses email to deliver the statements. You can edit that email here. If you want to send a statement to all of your customers, leave this section blank. Or if you only want to send statements to specific customers, choose them from the list. Once you're done, select Save and Enable. If you go to My Workflows, you'll see your new statement workflow, and you can edit or delete it at any time. Note that you can have multiple statement workflows enabled at the same time. Now you're ready to set up your own recurring statements to customers. Hi, this is Jason from the QuickBooks team. Repetitive tasks like sending payment reminders to customers are time-consuming. Workflows help you save time by automating many of these tasks. Let's go over the different types of workflows available in QuickBooks Online Advanced, then how to set them up and edit them. Start from the Get Things Done tab and select Workflows. Note, your navigation might look like this. When you start, you won't see any workflows, but as you add them, QuickBooks lists them here. You can set up a custom workflow or use a template. Let's use a template for now, and you can learn about custom workflows later. There are 3 types of workflows. Reminders send an email to customers, vendors, or someone within your business, or a mobile app notification to someone on your team. Approvals create procedures within your company that limits what users can do before it's approved. For instance, you can set up an invoice approval process that triggers anytime someone records an invoice over a specific dollar amount. And automations perform an action like sending a report or statement on a recurring schedule. Each workflow has a brief description to tell you what it does. You can also search for a workflow. Or if you only want to see workflows that relate to a specific action or transaction, select the Filter button. Select what you're looking for, and select Apply Filters. Let's set up one of the most commonly used workflows, a payment due reminder for customers. Enter a name for your workflow. Then choose what you want QuickBooks to do. Let's remind customers about unpaid invoices 5 days before the invoice is due. This reminder relates to something the customer needs to do. But if you're setting up a workflow for something your team needs to do, QuickBooks can create a reminder in their tasks. QuickBooks will send this reminder to the customer's email address, but you can CC or BCC other email addresses, like someone on your team. And you could also personalize the message they'll receive. When this and other workflows trigger, QuickBooks can send you an email summarizing all of them. This is a nice way to keep up to date with all of the automations happening in your company. And finally, QuickBooks can send a notification to someone on your team that has the QuickBooks Online mobile app installed on their phone or tablet. In this case, QuickBooks will only send reminders to customers about invoices that are unpaid. But you can add other conditions as well. For instance, if you select Customer as a condition, you can then make this reminder only apply to specific customers. Or you can select Invoice Amount, and the reminder will only apply to invoices at or over a specific dollar amount. When you're done, select Save and Enable. QuickBooks lists the workflow in the My Workflows tab. This is where you can edit, disable, and delete the workflow. It's important to note that you can usually have multiple workflows for the same type of action. This reminder will go out when a customer has 5 days left to pay, but you can select templates and set up another separate reminder for customers who are overdue. If you want more control, you can create your own custom workflows without a template. Check out this video to learn more about how to set up custom workflows. Now you're ready to set up your own workflows to automate tasks in your business. Hi, this is Jason from the QuickBooks team. With QuickBooks Online Advanced, you can record a payment from a customer for services you'll deliver in the future and then recognize the revenue over time. Let's go over how to set up a service you'll invoice once and recognize the revenue for each month or day. Then invoice a customer for the service and review the revenue recognition schedule. Select Settings, Products and Services. Then select New Service. This business offers a membership where they invoice customers once for a year's worth of lawn mowing services and then recognize the revenue daily. Name the service. Enter a description to appear on invoices you send to customers. Then enter what you charge for the full term of the membership. And assign an income account QuickBooks will use when it recognizes your revenue over time. Select the checkbox, I recognize revenue for this product daily. Select this link to open your settings if you need to switch between daily or monthly revenue recognition. When you invoice your customer for the service, QuickBooks uses this liability account to categorize the funds you'll receive. Then, over time, QuickBooks will automatically decrease this liability account and increase the balance of your income account. Select the interval and how many intervals this service covers. Select Save and Close. If you ever decide to disable revenue recognition on a service, you can choose to continue to recognize revenue on the existing invoices with the service, or you can choose to complete revenue recognition on all invoices. Now it's time to invoice a customer for the membership. Select New Invoice. Fill in the customer's name and other details like you would normally. Then enter the service. QuickBooks automatically enters the description you recorded earlier, but you can customize it here. Enter the date the service begins. You can also enter a historical date if the service has already begun. You can invoice for other products and services along with the revenue recognition service. Select View to take a closer look at the revenue recognition schedule. QuickBooks displays when you'll recognize revenue, what the balance of the liability account will be, the amount you'll recognize, and the total amount you'll have recognized at that time. If this needs correction, you can edit it after you save the invoice. Right now, you're invoicing the customer for one full term of the membership, which lasts a year. It's important to remember that the quantity is not the number of months or days you're charging them for. It's how many full terms you're charging them for. Also, if this membership repeats each year, you can select Manage, Automation, Recurring Invoice to set the invoice up as a template so you can schedule multiple future invoices. Fill in any remaining details and select Review and Send to email the invoice to the customer. Then Send Invoice. Let's take a look at the invoice to see how QuickBooks tracks revenue over time. Select Manage. If you want to adjust the schedule, select Edit. Now you can change the service duration and the amount recognized in any month. Select Apply to save your changes, and then select Close. and close the invoice. You can track the progress of your revenue recognition from a report named the Revenue Recognition Report. From here, you can see the status of each invoice, along with what you've recognized so far, versus the deferred revenue left on the invoice. Now you're ready to set up and use revenue recognition in QuickBooks Online Advanced. Hi, this is Jason from the QuickBooks team. QuickBooks Online Advanced helps you keep track of important tasks and organize your work in one central location. We'll go over how to create tasks for yourself and other team members, and then use the Tasks Manager to organize everything you need to do. From the Get Things Done tab, select Tasks. Note your navigation may look like this. This is where you track the tasks for you and your team. If you're an admin user for your company, you'll see everyone's tasks. If you're not an admin, you'll only see tasks created by or assigned to you. Select Filters to change the tasks you see. The Tasks Manager lists all of the tasks by due date, who created them, and who they're assigned to. There are two reasons a task might appear in the Tasks Manager. QuickBooks generates some tasks automatically based on your company's workflows. For instance, if you've set up an automated workflow to approve invoices before they're sent to customers, and you're assigned to perform those approvals, you'll see a task anytime the workflow triggers. In this case, select the button under the Tasks column to take the next step and complete the task. You can also manually add custom tasks. If you're already in the Tasks Manager, select Add Task. Or, if you're anywhere else in QuickBooks, you can add tasks from the new menu. Enter a title for the task. This is the most visible part of a task, so make sure it's clear. Then choose who you want to do it, and assign a due date to complete the task. If this is a task that you need to perform on a regular basis, mark it as recurring. And then choose how often and when you want the task to appear. If you have any more details, such as a bill number, invoice number, or customer name, enter them in the Notes section. You can also select Upload Document or Select Document if you want to share or keep track of any documents related to the task. Use Select Document if you want to attach a document you've already uploaded, or select Upload Document if you want to upload something new. Select Upload, or just drag and drop the documents you want to upload into the box. Select Done, and then select Save. QuickBooks displays an icon if you attach a document to the task. Select the icon to see the name of the attachment. To open or download the document, select the task to see it in more detail. Once you complete a task, mark it as completed, and it disappears from your list of tasks. You can also edit or delete tasks from this menu. Select Completed to see the tasks you've finished, and these buttons to see tasks with other statuses. By creating tasks and workflows and managing them from a central place, you and your team can stay on top of all the things you need to do for your business. Hi, this is Jason from the QuickBooks team. You can use apps to connect services like Shopify and PandaDoc to QuickBooks Online. The Apps Overview section helps you find support, launch, and reconnect apps if they ever disconnect. Let's learn how to look up an app, find it in your QuickBooks after you add it, and what to do if it ever disconnects. First, select Apps. Note that your navigation may look like this. From the Apps tab, you can search for and browse available apps to connect to QuickBooks. After you've connected an app, you'll find it in the Apps Overview tab. This is where QuickBooks lists all of the apps you've connected. You can also use this button to keep an eye on your apps and their statuses while in other areas of QuickBooks. Select the drop-down next to an app to leave feedback, find support, or launch the app inside QuickBooks. Launching the app either takes you to the place in QuickBooks that collects information from the app, or opens a new tab with the app website. From here, you can review transactions received from the app and perform other related tasks. Back on the Apps Overview tab, if QuickBooks ever encounters a problem communicating with the app, you'll see it listed here, along with the issue it has with the app. You'll also see notifications that something is wrong on the Business Overview tab. Select View Issues to go back to the Apps Overview tab. To resolve the issue, select Reconnect. Some apps may also ask you to choose a date before it resumes the connection. The app will send information related to anything that happened on this day to the present day when it reconnects to QuickBooks. This helps to ensure you don't record the same information more than once. You may need to log into your account with the app and reauthorize the connection. Go back to the Apps Overview tab to check out the renewed connection. Now you're ready to add, launch, and resolve any issues related to apps in QuickBooks Online. This is Jason from the QuickBooks team. QuickBooks Online Advanced includes the Performance Center, where you can find essential reports and built-in charts. You can even create your own charts to track specific data to see how your business is growing. Let's go over where you find built-in performance charts and also how you can design your own custom charts. Go to Reports and select Performance Center to get started. Your Performance Center will have some pre-built charts, and you can also add your own. First, you see insights about your business, such as revenue, expenses, and profit trends. Select an insight, such as your revenue against peers in your industry, to take a closer look. When you open some insights, such as revenue trend, you'll also see a breakdown of how QuickBooks built the insight and what factors drive the trend. Next, you see pre-built charts. QuickBooks uses your industry, location, and accounting method to build your info. If something doesn't look right, select Settings to change it. Move your cursor onto a bar or line to get more detail. You can customize the date range of some charts. Use this menu to change what a chart shows you. Export the info or delete the chart. If you want to change where a chart appears in the Performance Center, select it, and then drag it to where you want it to stay. You can also change the size of your charts. If you want to build something new, select Add New Chart. You can set up a chart to track any of this info. Let's track some expenses. Select Continue. Give your chart a name. Then choose the date range you want to look at. You can easily change this later. Choose the kind of information you want to see. Let's select Expenses. Now select the specific things you want to see on your chart. You can choose up to 10 options. Each will have their own line or bar on the chart. You can set more filters to choose what does and does not appear on your chart. You can also compare this data to info from other accounting periods to measure your performance over time. A trend line chart works great if you want to compare the performance of the selected items over a period of time, like on this chart. Vertical bars work best if you just want to see a single total for each piece of data that the chart tracks. A great example is a vertical bar chart that tracks the net profit for your current projects. If you make a mistake and want to start over, select Reset All. Once you're done, select Add to Dashboard. Now your new custom chart shows up at the top of the Performance Center. The rest of your team can also see it if they have the right permissions. Now you can set up your own custom charts and define what success means for your business. Hi, this is Jason from the QuickBooks team. With QuickBooks Online Plus or Advanced, you can track the time employees and contractors work and use it to calculate project profitability and pay employees with QuickBooks Payroll. Let's go over best practices on how to set up time tracking. Enter time that your employees and contractors worked, run time reports, and then run payroll using the time you recorded. If you want to learn how to set up a project and assign income and other costs to it, check out this other video. First, let's set up your workers' hourly costs. Select Projects. Note that your navigation may look like this, and then Employee Hourly Rate. You'll only see W-2 employees on this list. You set up contractors later. If you don't see an employee, select Payroll, Employees to set them up. Select Add. Then select the calculator icon. If you use QuickBooks Payroll and you've already set up an employee, QuickBooks will automatically enter their hourly rate and taxes. If you use Payroll and haven't set up an employee's pay yet, we recommend you do that first before setting them up in this window. If you don't use QuickBooks Payroll, enter your hourly costs for the employee. Enter their hourly rate and any other costs you want to capture. Select Add, then Save. Set up all your employees' costs, then select Done. If you want to track the time contractors work on a project, go to Vendors, select the contractor's name, and then select Edit. In the Cost Rate field, enter what the contractor charges you by the hour. If you charge your clients for the contractor's time, enter the hourly rate you bill them in the Billing Rate field. Then select Save. Now that you've set up your employees and contractors, you're ready to record some time. You can enter the time they work in QuickBooks or in QuickBooks Time. Note you may see different options on the timesheet depending on whether they're an employee or a contractor, and also whether or not you use QuickBooks Payroll. Make sure to enter the project in the Customer or Project field. After you save the time, you'll see the number of hours worked next to the project. You might not see the costs right away though. That's because by default, QuickBooks only includes costs for employees that you've actually paid. If you want to include costs for all time, regardless of whether or not you've paid your employees or contractors for that time, select the Employee Rate dropdown and select Hourly Costs. Select a project to learn more about your time and other costs on the project. Then select Time Activity. From here, QuickBooks breaks down the time you've recorded by month. And if you select an arrow, Employee, select the next arrow to view individual time entries. You can also divide up the time in other ways, like by week or service, and you can group the time by employee or service as well. You'll also see total time, costs, billable time, and billable amounts for each grouping. When it comes time to pay employees for the work they've performed, the steps are different for contractors and employees. For contractors and payroll processed outside of QuickBooks, you record the payment with an expense, check, or bill, depending on how you paid them. Note that this transaction by itself does not move money from your bank account to the contractor or employee. Also, when you record the payment, it's important to not include the project in the customer project field. That's because if you already recorded the time separately for the project, the cost will appear twice on some job costing reports. If you use QuickBooks Payroll, run payroll like normal. Go to Payroll, Employees, then select Run Payroll. QuickBooks automatically enters the number of hours recorded for each employee. Confirm all the information is correct. Select Preview Payroll. Look everything over one last time, and then submit payroll. Now you're ready to record time spent completing projects and pay the people who worked for you. Hi, this is Jason from the QuickBooks team. With Spreadsheet Sync and QuickBooks Online Advanced, you can use Excel to set up a new company's info quickly. Let's go over how to import your customers, vendors, and accounts to QuickBooks, and then enter your starting balances so you can get up and running fast. To use Excel to import information into QuickBooks Online Advanced, you do need to install Spreadsheet Sync first. Check out this video to learn how. First, select the Settings menu, and then Spreadsheet Sync. Or if you've already installed Spreadsheet Sync, open Excel and select Spreadsheet Sync. Then sign in and select the company you want to enter information for. Select Add and Edit Data. Then select the drop-down to choose what you want to add to QuickBooks. It's important to set up your vendors and customers before recording any balances. Then select the company you want to import them to. Select the Customer Template tab. This is where you enter the details for everyone you do business with. The display name is what you call the customer or vendor internally, and they will never see it. It also must be unique. If you keep track of your customers and vendors in a spreadsheet, you can copy their info and then paste it into Excel. Just make sure the columns match before you paste anything. For each entry, use the List Type column to choose whether they're a customer or a vendor. Then select Yes in the Post column. When you've entered all the info, select Sync to QuickBooks. Then Yes. You can view the details of your sync or select Done. Next, set up your chart of accounts. You can start from a new spreadsheet or stay on this one and select Chart of Accounts, Clear Data, and then select your company. Select the QBO account template. From here, you enter the details for each of your company's accounts, like bank and credit card accounts. You could also set up fixed assets, liabilities, income, and other accounts. If you already have this info in a spreadsheet, you can copy and paste it as you did for customers and vendors. Select your company in the organization column, and Yes in the Post column. Then select Sync to QuickBooks. Yes, and Done. Now that you've set up your accounts in QuickBooks, you need to set up their balances. For bank accounts, that means how much money you had in them at the beginning of the year. Or for liabilities, how much money you owed at the beginning of the year. Select Journal Entries. Clear Data. Select your company and then Journal Entry Template. When you set up a new company, your journal entries should start from the beginning of your fiscal year. Enter that date in the Entry Date column. Then enter all the accounts you need to enter a starting balance for. These will generally be your asset, liability, and equity accounts. You could also use accounts receivable and payable to enter starting balances for customers and vendors. Then use the debit and credit columns to enter your starting balances. Most assets will have a debit balance, and most liabilities and equity will have a credit balance. Note that the total debits and credits must match. If you don't know what balances you should put here, talk to your accountant. They can usually get this information for you, often from a trial balance report. And you can use that info to fill out the journal entry. Enter START as the journal number, and enter starting balance as the description for every line. Then select Sync to QuickBooks. Yes, and done. Now you're ready to use Spreadsheet Sync to set up a new company in QuickBooks Online Advanced. Hi, this is Jason from the QuickBooks team. In QuickBooks Online Advanced, you can create forecasts to help you project your growth, spot trends, and create budgets. We'll go over how to set up a forecast and then adjust it. Select Financial Planning, Forecasts. Then select Create Forecast. QuickBooks uses information from your profit and loss statement to build forecasts for your income, cost of goods sold, and expenses. You can make a forecast for the rest of the financial year, up to the end of next year, or up to 3 years. Next, choose how you want QuickBooks to build your forecast. If you choose Average of Actuals, QuickBooks looks at the actuals you select here, calculates the average for that period, and then uses it to forecast your growth. This is the best choice if your revenue and expenses stay roughly the same each month and you have low seasonality. If you choose actuals from last year, note that the Use Actuals From field disappears. That's because QuickBooks uses your actual monthly figures from last year to build a forecast. This is the best choice if your revenue and expenses vary by season or month. Let's build this forecast from an average of actuals from the last 12 months. If you want to project an increase or decrease in your performance, enter it here. Let's project an increase of 10% for all accounts. Select Next. You can change any of your settings from here. Let's keep what we filled out earlier. Close the window. Here's the monthly projection QuickBooks built from your choices. There are a few ways you can adjust your forecast. You can change the name here. You can select the field to manually adjust a forecast for an account in a specific month. And you can select this to change the settings you used when you originally built your forecast. You can also turn the forecast into a budget, so you can run budget versus actuals reports against it. When you're done, select Save and Close. From here, you can create more forecasts, edit the forecast you just created, or delete it. Now you're ready to create a forecast in QuickBooks to project the growth of your business. Hi, This is Jason from the QuickBooks team. If you ever need to issue a refund or a credit memo for revenue recognition services, you have to perform some extra steps you wouldn't normally take for those kinds of transactions. Let's go over how to edit revenue recognition on an invoice, and then issue a credit memo or refund for the service. First, open the invoice you want to refund or issue a credit memo for. Select Sales, Customers. Find and select the customer. Then select and edit the invoice. Select Manage. Then select Edit. If you're issuing a partial refund or credit to the customer, select the month you'll issue the refund or credit. Then enter the amount you're refunding or crediting to them, and select Apply. This is important because it ensures the revenue from the invoice and the refund or credit memo are in the same reporting period. If you're refunding or crediting the entire amount of the invoice, select More Actions, Recognize Now, then Recognize. Select Apply, close the window to go back to the invoice, and save and close the invoice. You may receive a notification about the invoice having links to other transactions. If so, select Yes. Now you'll record the refund or credit memo. Select New. You use a refund receipt if you're returning all or part of a customer's payment. You use credit memos if the customer still owes money on an open invoice and you want to write off the remaining balance. Let's enter a refund receipt. Enter the customer's name, the date you're issuing the refund, and payment information. Then enter the revenue recognition service you're refunding them for. Enter today's date as the service date. Enter the amount you're refunding them. You don't have to enter the full price of the revenue recognition service. You can enter a lower amount if you're only refunding the customer a portion of the service's full price. When you're done, select Save and Close. If you need to write off an open balance and aren't returning a customer's payment, you issue a credit memo. Select New, Credit Memo. Enter the customer's info, date, and the revenue recognition service. Enter today's date as the service date. Then enter the unpaid amount from the invoice. And save and close. If QuickBooks doesn't automatically apply the credit memo to the open invoice, apply it with a payment. Now you're ready to issue refunds and credit memos for revenue recognition services.
Here we go. Welcome, everyone. It's 3 o'clock Central, so we're going to go ahead and get started here. Welcome to the Preparing for and Moving to QuickBooks Online class. A little bit about myself. I'm Amy Marks, and I get to be your instructor for the next hour here. I teach both desktop and QBO classes, and also I am one of the instructors that answers questions with the VIP Q&A. I've been an instructor since 2007, so I've been an instructor here for a little while now. So that's a little bit about my background. Now, what are we going to learn today? So we've got just an hour. We've got it packed full of great things to learn. We're going to talk about 2 different ways to move your data from QuickBooks Desktop into QuickBooks Online. And we'll talk about deciding which method you're going to use as you start this process. We're also going to discuss, once the data is in QuickBooks Online, how do we make sure that everything transferred successfully? And going through, we're going to use some reports to verify that all of the information has moved. And then hooking things back up, getting our banking connected, setting up users, getting it to where we can continue day to day from there. So that'll be the topics that we go through here in this next little bit. This is our Build 'em company file, and this would be just like your desktop file that you would be using to put all of your information in. Now, if we're moving over to QuickBooks Online, we don't necessarily want to have to start from scratch, right? We want to have the information and all of the transactions and balances that we've got in our desktop software, and we want to move that over into online so that we can then continue moving forward with online. So when we go into our chart of accounts here, you'll see we've got various accounts. We've got bank accounts, credit card accounts, all of the balances that are associated with those, right? So one thing I'm going to talk about more in just a minute is the idea that we want to make sure that the data, the information that we're transferring is good information, right? So one of the things you want to make sure you're doing before you think about transferring this over into online is to make sure that we have accurate information, that all of our bank accounts, that all of our credit card accounts, that they're reconciled and up to date. And if that's not the case in your company file, if you've got some messy information, maybe information that you can't really rely on the numbers to know that they're accurate, I'm going to talk about another option that you'll have for bringing over just list information. And we'll talk about that in a minute. Now, the idea that we've got our data, it's in good shape, everything's reconciled, well, we're ready to move that into QuickBooks Online. Now, as we go through this process, there's two different ways to make this happen. One is under our company menu. And this would be for the idea that you have Pro, Premier. You can do this right under your company menu. You have the option export your company file to QuickBooks Online. And when you click that, it opens up and we can make our selections about which company file we're going to be moving the data into. So brings up our window to transfer here. Now, remember I said that was for Premier and Pro, right? Well, what about Enterprise? What if you use Enterprise? In that case, you're going to need to use the keyboard shortcut in order to transfer the data. And we also recommend use the keyboard shortcut if you're transferring payroll information. So if you're processing payroll in desktop, this would also be the way to do that as well. Now, it's quite a combination of shortcuts here. So the first thing that we need to do is open up the products and services window. And you can use the F2 button on your keyboard to bring up the products and services window. Now, once you have this window displayed, you're going to hold down Control, the letter B, and then hit the letter Q. So I'll say that again. So once you get the product information screen open, use the F2 to open that. You'll hold down Control, hit the letter B, and then the letter Q. So it's 3 keystrokes combined there. Once you've done that, you say OK, and it opens up the window to transfer our data from desktop to online. And so if you're using, remember, Enterprise, or if you're transferring payroll, we recommend the keyboard shortcut to do that. Now, you've got a couple of choices here. You could say, I'm ready to move. And that would be starting my QuickBooks subscription right now. I also have the option that I can try it first. And this is going to be our 30-day free trial. So if I choose this option, we then get a question here.